Hi, this is Louis Palazzo. Just want to let everybody know that I'm attending via Zoom.
us away.
All right, today's workshop is hereby called to order. Since the requesting council member was Councilman Morera, I'm gonna go ahead and yield the chair to him so that he can conduct the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and thank you guys for coming, both those that are here in person as well as those that are watching us from home online. The purpose of this meeting is to listen primarily. We'll, I'm sure, state our own viewpoints and our own opinions, but primarily we're here to listen, or at least that's what I'm here for. In the past, I think that many people in the NSDs have expressed their opinions, and sometimes you guys have felt cast aside or not listened to. I wanted to make sure that that's not the case. I wanted to give you your own time, not crammed into a council meeting busy agenda, but rather specific time set out for you guys. So with that said, the way I'm thinking of running this is having you guys come up for public comment the way we normally would at a council meeting. We'll do the 3-minute timer just to make sure that we're kind of being orderly, not going off on too much of tangents. We'll then have our opportunity after all of you guys talk to say our piece, but then from there, I do want it to be a back and forth. I'm gonna invite you back if maybe some of the other discussions that have been held brought something to mind, something that you wanna add, come back up. This isn't meant to be a very formal proceeding, but rather an informal discussion so that we can hear out what you have to say. If you got something to say, now's the time to get it off your chest. So with that said, public comments is open, and you guys are welcome to come up.
Councilman Morera, if I can also put on the record for those of you that are maybe not as familiar with the process. So tonight, this is a workshop. The council cannot take any formal action during tonight's meeting. So this is really just an opportunity for us to hear your perspective and your viewpoints, and we may discuss some things up here, but no formal action can be taken tonight. Thank you.
Yes, and then for public comments, it's just going to be 3 minutes per person. And when you come to the podium, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record. And then for any participants via Zoom or calling in, you would need to raise your hand to speak. To raise your hand via Zoom, you're just going to click on the reactions icon and click the hand. And then for the phone, please dial *9. Thank you.
Before we begin public comments, I'd like to ask, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of questions for JP. Would it be more comfortable for him to sit up here with us so that he can have a mic?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
I also received a written public comment that if you would like, I can read into the record afterwards.
Right between in person and the Zoom comments, go ahead and read it into the record. Just make sure that the little green light on the microphone is on.
Okay, my name is Harry Bollinger. I'm a Lake Glen resident at 8360 Menteith Terrace. I've been up here before, and I know that Vice Mayor has heard me say things before. He's heard this message before. And since it isn't a new message, he's no longer interested in hearing it. So I'll give it to everybody else. And hopefully he'll hear it anyway. I know that the beginning of this has been recited numerous times, that the Special Taxing District was created 30 years ago by a group of homeowners, small group of homeowners that wanted to have a guard house, and one unarmed security guard. They filed a petition asking to be taxed for that, and they would be the only ones paying the tax, but they would have that service provided. That was granted. It was passed by a majority of the homeowners there, the property owners, and it ran beautifully for 25 years. Then the town took over, and for some reason, it became the norm that the town would add whatever they wanted to our tax base for that small group of homeowners that hadn't asked for it. And my understanding is that by state law, you can't do that, that whatever is in that ordinance creating the special taxing district is what they get charged for. So we have then for the past 5 years paying extra taxes that we did not ask for. And I'm all in favor of changing the name of the Neighborhood Services District back to STD, because I think it's very appropriate given my feelings about the advisory boards. I think it's very fitting, so I would like to think that we can do away with the Neighborhood Services District advisory boards. Thank you.
If you guys don't mind also, when you come up and say your address, mention which NSD you're in, just because especially, I know that there's a few from Royal Oaks in here. Sometimes it's harder, at least for me, off the top of my head, to distinguish East Royal Oaks, West Royal Oaks, et cetera. So if you can, just mention which NSD you're in.
Thank you. Do I need to press anything or it's on? Okay. Good evening. Thank you, Vice Mayor Fernandez, Councilwoman Romano, and Councilwoman Morea for putting on this. Really appreciated. Any listening by the town is greatly appreciated. What Harry just, Boris Foster, Lake Glen Ellen, 15221 Menteith Place, Miami Lake Section 1, Guardgate District. I could echo what Harry said, but I'm coming from this from a different perspective. It's really the same. Everyone loves services. Give us all the services, we'll take them. What we don't like is the taxes we have to pay for them. So, so when these taxing districts were, and I was around when the petition was passed around, on the petition, there is a cost estimate for the first year and every year after that. And obviously there is inflation, but when you say a level of guards, they told us level 1 guards. We didn't expect to get off-duty police officers that were going to be 3 or 4 times as expensive. So it's the services, but when the town comes in, and I understand as a governing body, they have discretion to operate this district efficiently, but you don't come in, at least in my opinion, you don't come in and then say, I'm going to change the services, I'm going to up your level of services, I'm going to add these new infrastructure. We all knew what we were signing up for, and there was a cost to every one of these items. And I just would like to point out some things that were done without our consent, because what we had for over 20 years was with the consent. The county did exactly what we asked for, and everything was fine. But then once the town got involved, our consent was no longer needed. It was unilateral services, unilateral infrastructure being advanced by the advisory boards, and then this council just rubber stamping what they wanted. But recently, our security guards, for over 20 years, we had level 1 security guards taking pictures of and taking down tags. We've gone from $196,514 in 2021 to this year paying over $208,000 because they upped the level from level 1 to level 2. We had landscaping. It was, it was low maintenance. It was nice. It lasted, it lasted a while. Now we're pulling out landscaping every 3 months. Okay. So yeah, just two more examples. So we're pulling out landscaping every 3 months. I mean, and I hear them in the meetings actually complaining that the plants can't set because of when there's rain, and we spend $6,000 a year just changing landscaping every 3 months. The street lighting, we had perfectly good street lighting. We had to have lamps. And they came in, they put in lamps, and I'm sure some people liked it, but it has to be the majority that pays the cost. If, it has to be, can't be 8 people, 7 people, it has to be the majority of 841 folks. And the last one was license plate readers. The license plate readers, that's really a community, that's a network for Miami Lakes. It was put in the guard gate districts because it could be passed along, the cost borne by just those owners. And, it's just, it's a cost, guys. It's the cost. We do not, this is above. We wanted certain things, and you come in and you said, we have a straw into your pockets, and we're sucking. And that's just what we're really, really been upset about. Thank you very much.
Mr. Foster, only because you recognize the 3 of us that were up here, I wanted to point out for your benefit and the rest of the public, Councilman Collazo's on Zoom. So he's actually also joining us. So I wanted to give you the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank
And
him as
well. He's been there from the very beginning.
Yes.
I really appreciate everything he's done. He's listened to us. Thank you very much, and thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I'm here on Zoom. Thank you.
Esperanza Reynolds, and since you wanted the names of the people that have spoken, the first one was Harry Bollinger, and because he is exempted by Chapter 19, whatever, he doesn't really have to give his address. My name is Esperanza Reynolds, and I live at 8465 Mendiez Terrace. By now, everyone knows that I am all about communication, to the point of exhaustion, and I am sure some people quite upset about all the emails I seem to send all the time. So this weekend, rather than enjoying my peaceful life, I actually took my bike and I went around my neighborhood to test the whole process of communication. I visited folks in Lake Cynthia. They do not know, nor have they received communications with regards to this meeting. I visited with folks that live in Lake Sandra. Actually, they question, why is it that we have on the website listed as the president of the HOA, a person who is not the president of the HOA, neither sits on the board of the NSD, and therefore, what representation are the Lake Sandra folk getting? And if a member of that HOA board doesn't even know that she was on the NSD, something is really wrong. This morning, while collecting leaves, which seems to be the job of property owners in these times, I also spoke to everyone that went before me as I was collecting leaves, and someone from Regatta Point was walking by my neighborhood, and they also told me they had no idea. But the thing that surprised me is they had no idea that they paid for the guard gate at the entrance because they have their own guard gate. So if we think about the issues with regards to communication, I just do not know what it is that we need to do. But I think someone in town should instruct, train, and prepare anyone in any committee to understand that they're not there because they are your pals or whatever. Supposedly, they are representatives of a community that is supposed to bring to you the community issues and whatever. But if they never talk to anyone, what they're doing is using that moment for their own reflection, and that does not represent me. It will never represent me. Thank you so much for listening.
Hope, before you go, did any of these people see the sign at the entrance?
Yes.
They did, but they didn't know what it was about.
They did not know what it was about. Some told me that they could not read it. I tried to write about that when Cristina Lavoisier would put it, she would use like a really heavy marker. It's very difficult when you're driving to like realize what the notes are.
Right, I did see that it's very light.
But I did take the picture of the signs. They were greatly placed this time. There were one in every one of and there was one on the way out so people could really see it. But they had no idea. They see it there sometimes.
Right, but they don't understand what the meeting is about.
Exactly, precisely.
Hope,
Thank
the issue that you mentioned with the website, is that an issue of it's just outdated, or is it flat out like that person was never a member of the NSD?
That person is represented in the town NSD listing as the president of Lake Sandra HOA. She is not. She is not on the board of
But
Lake
was
Sandra.
she at one point? I'm
No,
trying to find out if it
no,
was
she
just
was
flat
not.
out wrong
No,
or if
she
it's
was not.
outdated.
No, she was not.
Okay,
That's what they tell me.
yeah, JP, if you can just.
Was
get a
she
hold of
on the
them.
Special Taxing District Board?
She
at
has
one
been on the
point?
Special Taxing District Board. She's the secretary of the Special Taxing District Board and has been for quite a few years.
So it is probably an assumption on our part that she is the president of the HOA.
Yeah, so
Because
JP,
originally it
if-
was supposed to be all presidents of HOAs, so maybe that's
If
just
you
an
could just
error
reach out
on
to
our
that
part.
HOA board and just find out who's who, and if she has a role, I know that some of those boards have specific rules as to, they appoint one of their board members to the advisory board, so make sure that that process is getting done correctly and all that stuff.
Right, so
That
for,
is if we still have an advisory board.
yes, sir. So for example, in the HOA that I live in, I'm the president of the HOA. Obviously, I can't serve on the board, so the vice president serves. So they may have a similar situation like that where they've, delegated it to somebody else.
Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace, Miami Lakes, Section 1, Lake Glen Ellen. So the reason that I am here is because when I found out why it was that we ended up with the LPRs at Section 1, and it was so that the town could save money. It was great, they saved money, but they only placed that tax burden on a select few residents. That really causes a lot of concern in my book. How do I trust a town who is willing to deceive its own taxpayers? Now I know there's conversations being brought up by Councilman Morera, Councilman Hirschberg, have you been sworn in? I'm gonna just call you that. Okay, well, soon to be, okay? Councilman-elect Hirschberg, okay? The idea of reimbursing our special taxing districts. But had the conversation not started by Hope or by Boris or by Harry, guess what? This town would not have done right by the very residents that it's supposed to represent. That is very concerning. You're supposed to represent us. And please understand, I'm not blaming this council. It's just the overall message. I mean, how deceitful can we possibly be? And then you want us to put faith in you? We know, and I know that there's a couple of members here from the NSD, and I don't blame them either, okay? The fact of the matter is that we were all at a meeting. I know there are many people here when we were told that LPRs, we needed to do LPRs, and we didn't care. There were some councilmen, including our mayor. Didn't matter, okay, what the residents wanted or did not want. They knew best. You best believe they did know best. They knew that they were going to be able to turn this into an LPR community, not take it out of the general fund, not increase taxes, and then get to put it on a campaign flyer. And that is exactly what was done. So for that very reason, if that's how we are going to politicize and use representatives from this community who are trying to do something good and put them in a position where they now, their credibility is being questioned, then the credibility that really needs to be questioned is that of the town and those that directed that particular move. So for that reason, I really do think that we need to do away with the NSDs. Thank you so much.
Good evening. How are you all? My name is Irene Gutierrez. I've been here before, and I live at 8025 Northwest 162nd Street. Okay, Royal Oaks East, but we talked about it before, just in case. Okay, I am a firm believer of supporting and dissolving the NSD, but I am not opposing the ordinance. I want that ordinance of the 24 hours, 7 days a week, manned security guard to happen. Not the way it's functioning now or before Mr. Yanis, which has been the best thing that has happened to us, honestly, because he's brought a lot of things to the table, processes and things with SFM for us to not have these guards take, and you've heard me before, extended bathroom breaks, meal breaks, vacant security guard houses when there's a shift change because one is late. That has stopped considerably since Mr. Yanis, I have to say that. But I also want to tell you that I was encouraged to become an NSD member. And I took the challenge to make contributions and make a difference and improve the quality of service of the security guard houses in our community. However, that being said, after several meetings, I resigned last month. I resigned because of the bottlenecking and misinterpretation of committee members regarding the ordinance of the guardhouses. That was explained to us at one of the meetings. Lorenzo Gobiella, our town attorney, came, explained the process of the ordinance, that we are in default, the town is in default when those guardhouses are not manned, okay? Accidents here and there happen, he knows, but he pays attention to them. He calls SFM, and he tries for it not to be a repeat again. But with that said, these members have run these committees for many years. They have no term limits, because I just learned they're practically presidents of association. We've had ours for I don't know how many years. But they're very set in their ways. I have nothing against them. I appreciate that they're there, taking time from their family to do this. But our situation on the east in Royal Oaks is different from the association, from the section on the west. We have 1,700 students in Bob Graham, and maybe 100 faculty and staff, I don't know. If you do the math, that's a lot of cars. They don't have that problem. I have been at it for a long time, and a lot of you have heard me. This is affecting our guardhouse. They stop there for an hour, maybe even more, at the guard, that's it? Okay, at the guard arm, okay? And this thing, and John knows, the week after school ended, the guard arm broke. Why? Because that mechanism is up when that car's there for an hour. And it's grinding at the little gears. So then we have to pay for that. I granted, things break and we have to, give it maintenance. But none of these things are told to the residents that are very upset because they can't come in. Nothing can be done. It's affecting our guardhouse. We're paying taxes for it. And you all know how much it is. I think it's about $1,000 a year, something like that. I can't give you to the penny right now. But it's a lot of money, and we pay for public roads, and we pay for law enforcement that doesn't go out there to move those cars because that's a public road, and we should be moving the cars. I have asked the association to get involved. Apparently, they've told them, don't get involved with the guardhouse, and nothing like that. I believe that if we dissolve the NSD, whatever, committees, and we give entirely the whole problem to John, John can do a better job. All we need to do is inform our residents via whatever mail, whatever which way you guys decide, and take a survey, see what residents need. Our needs are not Lake Glen Ellen's. My daughter lives in Lake Glen Ellen. I know their needs are different. Their guardhouses were done differently than ours, but we have issues. The West, Royal Oaks West, doesn't have our issues. Why would 2 people or 3 or 4 be deciding things, like, for example, asking, in our case, for the licenses when cars approach? Lorenzo came, he did a presentation at one of our committee meetings, right? It is lawful. Loch Lomond is doing it, it's on a public road. Star Island is doing it, Coco Plum, and Gables by the Sea. And I've driven through every single one of them. And they are asking for the license. That alone will help us during the peak hours of the school to deviate some of the traffic, to have them use other routes. Because everybody wants to cut through Royal Oaks. Guess what? We can't get out. We're paying these taxes on public roads, and we can't get out of our street to get onto 79th. And that has to be taken care of. I've visited with Tom Fabricio, our state representative. I have brought this to the attention of the town manager, to Vice Mayor Tony Fernandez. I don't even know who else to talk to. I've come here, I've told you guys this. I don't think that putting a person or people that are on other sections where they don't have these issues, they should be dictating our processes. I think it should be John. He has been wonderful since he came in. Every time I call him, he's very effective. He does things. It's been a year and a half, and what he's done, nobody's done since the county.
Irene, can I ask you a question just to clarify something?
Yeah.
On your special taxing district committee, was there anyone that doesn't live in your area? Because there shouldn't be anyone that doesn't live.
This is what happens. Nobody ever, we don't have 100% attendance at the, right? So what we have, the majority, is on the west. So that's where the problem lies.
So you have, your meetings are combined,
They're combined, and they should.
section 1 and east.
East and west. I don't know. the
I know,
section.
it's called section 1
I
and
know,
east.
I know.
I don't know why,
And then
but
my daughter lives on another, so it's too much for my brain. But the problem here is that the more people you have set in their ways, structured their way, that are from the other side of 82nd Avenue, they don't even know what's happening in our side. They don't even drive by there. People avoid
completely
that.
understand.
But I have to leave, so, I try to avoid it, but, emergencies, doctor's appointments, that doesn't wait. And it's not fair to us. We can't even, law enforcement doesn't even come into Royal Oaks. They treat us as a private development, and we're not private. They just go up to the school. And 79th Avenue is public from 154, and I don't have to tell you this, to 167. So why don't they just stop the people and have them move the traffic? And not just stand there at our guardhouse, keep that thing, the guard arm open, and then we have to pay for that.
I completely understand.
It's an excess of people in a very dense area. They really need to do something. I've tried with the school. I've called, I've had meetings with the school, Mr. Torres from the school board. The principal does not want to see us. She always sends some other guy that's, I think, assistant principal or something like that. They don't want to see through. But there are solutions. There are solutions to the problem, but I don't think that keeping NSD committees, what's right for them is not necessarily right for me, and vice versa. I don't really think that there should be that issue. I think that when the town suggested the license plates to be taken, right, the licenses, right? I think that was a great idea, because if I'm a mom in the morning and I have to show my license and I have to wait for the car in front of me I'm going to use another route, and that's what we have to gear these parents to do. And guess what? At nighttime, when we have all these car break-ins, it's a great time to enforce that too. And if the person doesn't want to show the license, they don't show it, but at least that car is flagged. And in an event, we have the tag number. But
Well, just
or
for
the
perspective,
license.
on the east side, many years ago, there was a resident that lobbied to have a sign installed on 82nd Avenue that said no left turns between this time in the morning and that time in the
We were
morning.
talking about that earlier.
Right.
They're not enforcing it.
They're not enforcing it because we had enormous amount of pushback from the community, from homeowners that needed to get in at that time, and then they couldn't make a left.
But what do we do about the traffic on 170 that now is bombarding us? What do we do about that? And if it's people that live in our community with a little decal, they can get in. It's the people that come, I don't know how you would do it. I don't know if a traffic light, I don't know how. I mean, there's enough brains in the town, I think, to figure this out. We just can't live this way. We're paying money on the guardhouses, on the public roads, on law enforcement, and we're not getting anything. It has to come to some kind of a stop. And I believe the solution lies in the school, and I think everybody else agrees with me. It's just that they're pushing back, and it's not right. Because the school is in a community. The town is not in the school. The way we are regulated as a town, all the homeowners and all the businesses in it, I think that the school should be regulated somehow that way. Because I cannot build a 5-story building on my lot and then not provide parking. It doesn't make any sense. And not allowing people to use the public road. It's not a little, it's a lot. Now PSN amended 6 through 8. So now guess what? Their traffic spills over to Royal Oaks. So now we're really held hostage. Now it's a gridlock. And it's only going to get worse. 154 is not going to get better.
No, it is not.
But, you know, as homeowners in our area, we need help. And I don't think that this pushback of the committee members is solving anything. I got in this thinking, well, you know, maybe I can contribute something, but honestly, everything is a pushback. This guy has had great ideas, and it's a no, 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 even to the point that the poor guard on 79th Avenue, and he knows, that lady is in full sun. Today was record heat. They don't even decide on a canopy for that guardhouse. And we have the funds, by the way. It raining, downpours, that she doesn't have a tree, she doesn't have anything, she's in the middle of it. Nothing. Why should we have to do that? Just have the community vote on it, take a survey, and then whatever happens, happens. At least the residents voted on it, just like anything else that has to happen.
Eileen, I think you've already answered this in context, but I just want it stated directly. In your time as a member of that advisory board, do you recall any instances of a member of the community approaching the advisory board, providing their feedback, their position, their opinion, and it's simply just being flat out ignored and then not conveyed to this council?
Okay. If I am to tell you what happened to me at one of the committee meetings way back before this gentleman came on board, it was a total disrespect. And I know that some of you that are old timers maybe know this. That's why I think they brought John, and he's been nothing but the most instrumental person to us. But if you want to make reference to what I am saying, listen to the last meeting, and you will see what I'm trying to say. If you look at that last meeting, I know it's on video, you will be able to understand where I'm coming from.
Not that there's a record at all. It's a sunshine workshop, but for the record, that was a yes. There are plenty of instances, is what you're saying.
Well, at least with me, there's been 2.
Okay.
And there's people there that come and they state their case, and, you know, the problem here is that no action is taken. I had to basically say, hey, can we motion at least for the canopy? John knows. We talked about it I don't know how many times, and they wouldn't react. You can't bottleneck everything.
So I have a question about the canopy, because Miami Lake Section 1 has an umbrella, JP. And in the morning when it's very, very sunny, the umbrella, it's the same color as the guardhouse.
Okay,
and it's a standalone umbrella. It's not an actual canopy that's installed to the build.
That's fine, but just
is
give
that
it-
something that we can?
It's already been,
Yeah, but it hasn't been out there.
it's already been voted on by the advisory board to approve SFM to install it. There is a difference in the size of where the space there is more limited than it would be at Miami Lake Section 1. So they have had a little bit more trouble ordering one. They did order one. It is on back order, and it should be arriving soon, but it will be installed.
Okay,
That's
so
the
that
one-
has been taken
Yes.
care of.
That's a
And it is
fixed
being-
canopy, not a regular canopy, umbrella.
It's an umbrella.
It's going to be an umbrella, like in Section 1.
Exactly like
Like
Section
Lo-
1, but
Lomas?
just a different brand, different style because of the
Okay.
size that is
Okay.
permitted there.
But it's things like this that make you want to think, well, you know, we have to have some humanity. The guards, okay, they're not doing their jobs 100%, but they're human, they're out there. They're our first line of defense. I mean, right before that meeting, as a matter of fact, SFM had an employee, a guard, on the west side that they had to call emergency response vehicles on there, right? Because they had like some kind of a faint spell or whatever because of the heat. We're in South Florida, you know, and it doesn't maybe on their side, they have beautiful shaded, you know, trees there, but not on 79th. And these are the type of things that you have to hash. Look, they did the remodel of those guardhouses, right? None of us knew about that. And he knows that that's my pet peeve. They just didn't repair the walls with the mold from the air conditionings that needed probably to be maintained, okay? They did the floors, the desks. This is a guardhouse. They're supposed to be out there, you know? We paid for that. The lights, he knows just as well as I do. They know by the detective that was there at the meeting that that's not the proper lighting. That was 3 meetings ago, right? We still don't have them. They bought lights that don't work. I'm sorry, but everything should run by the residents. We're paying for it, and we need to get the service. I'm sorry if you have any other questions. I don't
No,
want to take
thank
any
you.
more of your time. I know I went overboard, but thank you.
I would like to ask if there's anyone else that's not from Section 1, from Miami Lakes Section 1, that would like to participate in public comments, just because I know that there's a specific set of issues that pertain specifically to Miami Lakes Section 1, and then that may, as I mentioned it back when I sent my first emails, other pertinent matters, because I don't know, there might be some issues in some of the other NSDs that I'm not privy to. So if anyone is here present, obviously we'll get to the people online in a moment, but if there's anyone present here who is not from Miami Lakes Section 1 and wants to comment, go ahead and come up now while we're on that issue, because that is why, you know, I didn't mind giving you extra time. I know that you're short-staffed here. You want to come up? See, not completely so.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Omero Cruz, 8515 Northwest 169 Terrace, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33016. I'm here representing myself as a resident of 38 years in Miami Lakes. I'm the president of the HOA for Royal Oaks and the chairman for the committee for the Royal Oaks East and West. I've heard a whole bunch of stories, many of them, throughout these 5 years. When the county decided to give us back the special taxing district after 25 years fighting to have one, because back in those days, I was building a lot of the homes in Royal Oaks, and we used to have a lot of robberies. So the only way to stop that was trying to create a special taxing district, because we couldn't become a private community like Royal Palm Estates, because that was not the intention of Lovell. So that was off the table. So we got it. The West decided to do it and approve it. The East said no. It took about a year and a half when they realized that it was working for the West, so they joined us, and then that's why it was divided into East and West. We should have been one. When the county used to have the special taxing district, nothing used to be done. You will get the telephone and call, nobody will answer, nobody will question if the guard was there during lunch, if the guard wasn't there. For 20-something years, they didn't do anything. They didn't spend a single penny. When they decided to give it back to us, I recall I was taking over the Royal Oaks HOA, and we decided to do an audit and go over the numbers, and we did. That audit represented that a lot of money was being wasted and no accountability. We asked for a lot of the money where it was spent, and nobody could tell us anything from the county. So back in those days, the council decided, and since Royal Oaks was too big, we couldn't have 7 members, so it was decided to have 14 for the NSD. One thing that people need to understand is that the NSD is only a buffer between the community and you guys. We don't say what needs to be done. We only advise you. We take a vote, we let you know it's okay, it's not okay, and that's it. But we don't tell you it has to be done this way or it has to be done the other way. Another thing we need to understand is, what is the function of the NSD as a committee, as a board? Basically, the 4 guardhouses. Nothing else. Now, if people want to put Christmas lights, that should belong to the HOA. That's not the NSD. If people are having issues because of the school, and trust me, I know, because it's not that we only care about the West, no, we care about the entire Miami Lakes, because we all live in Miami Lakes. So we know there is a traffic issue. We have contacted the school, the district director, have about 2 meetings. We're still pending one. The school doesn't want to do anything about it, okay? And this council is gonna have to do something, because that's not gonna get solved if we don't put pressure from the county, to the school board. And Mr. Alonso is gonna have to do something too to see if we can get that issue resolved, because it's gonna get worse before it gets better, and it's not helping any. As far as members 14 members. We were never able to get 14 members. And we were trying to look for balance. 7 from the east, 7 from the west, some from the HOA, and some from the non-HOA, because we have a mix in Royal Oak. Some of the homes, about 660 homes, east and west belong to the HOA. About 1,700 homes are outside the HOA. We were never able to do that. Sometimes trying to get quorum, JP calls me, we have to cancel the meeting because it's hard to get people. Right now, we have 7 members. And it's pretty well balanced. So we try to get, again, balance. But the problem is that a lot of the people complain, but they don't want to be part of the solution. We need to get involved if we want to see results. And it's not only blaming just the council and putting all the blame on you guys, because we can do a lot too as residents. But we need to start pointing fingers, because I can't. Every time we point one finger, we got 3 pointing back at us. So think about that. How can I help you? How can I become part of the solution and not the problem? I think getting rid of the NSD, I'll have more time with my grandkids now. I got 4 of them. But I'm a believer that I need to service my community, because that's the only way I'm going to make a difference. But not just complaining. Do we complain? Of course we have to, and we have the right to complain when we have to. Well, we must tell the truth. Everybody has the right to go in the NSD and talk about 3 minutes. You know, 3 minutes here. If we allow more than 3 minutes, and I'm taking more than 3, when do we get out of here? 2 o'clock? I've seen some of the meetings here lasting till 1 o'clock in the morning. That needs to stop. We all have a life. We all do. And we need to really come together as a community instead of stop finger pointing. Let's do something, and how can I be part of the solution? So I believe that the NSD does more good than bad. And I believe that we as residents, we need to get involved. Be part of the solution and stop being part of the problem. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, my name is George Arena. Those of you that know me, I have a background as a firefighter and as a law enforcement officer as well. I typically don't advertise that. So under Chapter 119, my address is not subject to public record. But I will say that I live in Royal Oaks East. And I am also part of the Royal Oaks East, Royal Oaks Section 1 or West, whatever you want to call it, NSD. I am currently the vice chair of the NSD. And I just want to make a few comments, not much. But I love this. I love these, sunshine type of meetings where everybody gets to have a back and forth, and it's not the rigid, public comments right now, and that's it, no more, you're done. I think more of this needs to happen. I really do, okay? In this particular instance, I personally, and again, these are my opinions here, these are not the opinions of anything else. I would have liked to have seen, since we're talking about the NSDs, I would have liked to have seen a vote have gone out to all of the NSDs, okay, to all of the residents, and for each NSD to basically vote up or down. Yes, we want to maintain the NSD. No, we want to abolish the NSD, okay? And I've also would have liked to have seen a vote where if a resident chose no, we want to keep the NSDs, I would like to see these changes. Simple. I would have liked to have that done prior to having this meeting. I think it would have brought a lot of value here to have those opinions, all right? Now, personally, my opinion, from talking to residents, I think the NSDs, the majority of the residents in, Royal Oaks East and West would like to maintain the guardhouses. Okay, they do provide value. All right, there is some value there. It's not just you pay money and then blah blah blah. All right, but there are some things that could be done. Okay. First of all, I'm going to speak on the LPRs. The LPRs, as I have recently found out, the LPRs that the town has placed, besides the initial fee that's paid, the annual licensing fees come from the police budget, okay? Come from taxes. So everybody in the town pays those annual licensing fees, okay? In Royal Oaks NSD, those licensing fees are, you know, $13,000 per district every year, all right? I think that
Continue.
can I have a few extra minutes, or I'm gonna cut? I feel that those LPRs, even though they might be placed where they're placed now, they actually provide value to the entire town. Therefore, that $13,000 should come out of the general fund, the police fund, okay? Not the residents, you know, Royal Oaks East, 530-something homes, shoulder the burden of that when that provides value to the entire town. Okay, that's a great, you know, selling point if somebody might be thinking about moving here, they're not sure. All right? So first and foremost, you know, I think that that's something that needs to be done. And for the residents of Royal Oaks East and West not to shoulder those fees. Secondly, again, from speaking, you know, to residents, a lot of residents don't really feel that paying for grown adults to take license plates, all right, to take pictures of license plates, especially when there are license plate readers there taking those license plates, provides much value. All right? Royal Oaks East right now, every resident in those 530-something homes pay $834 a year, I believe. Okay. That's more than I pay the town. And I think what I pay the town in taxes is a lot. So, to pay for grown adults to take pictures of license plates, all right, I personally would like to also send out a vote to the residents to whether they want to keep that or whether maybe they might want to make a change to the staffing, because the ordinance calls for those guardhouses to be manned. Right? I think most people would rather have roving patrol. Okay? I mean, I'm just, you know, speaking out loud here. If we send a vote out, we could find out for sure what people think. Right? And I think a lot of people would feel a lot better if they're actually able to have that kind of input as to how their tax money, because it's a tax, let's face it.
George, if I may, and I
Go ahead.
don't mean to interrupt your thought process, but we had this conversation recently in a Sunshine meeting, and the proposal that we are going to be bringing forward at some point is that any of the changes that residents would like to see in the special taxing districts can be brought forth through a petition process from the residents. So if, for example, that idea of instead of having someone take a picture that has no value because the picture can be taken automatically by a machine, a roving guard is something that would be of more value to the community, then the residents in the community can start a petition, gather a certain amount of signatures, show the desire for that change, and then bring it forward to this council or the next council to move that process along. It'll be a process. Any changes outside of the original ordinance will be initiated or should be initiated by the residents, and there needs to be a certain amount of proof, right, that more than a couple of people want this change. We're working on something like that so that we can have a process by which we're not stuck to that original ordinance, but we're also not deviating from it just because we have a feeling or we have a desire. It has to be something that comes from the community. So that'll be coming soon, and it'll be something that you can participate in with your neighbors if that's the desire.
No, that's a positive, positive change, because, the current format of the NSD has been around for 5 years, and I've been part of it, since it changed to that. And, you know, we were originally told, well, hey, it's the ordinance, it is what it is, it can't be changed. And we all know that that is not true, right? It can be changed, all right? All it takes is, you know, something to be sent out, everybody vote, and then, you know, it can be changed. So that would certainly be a positive step forward. And I think that, you know, the residents would be, you know, a lot more involved and feel that they have some input, okay? Because me personally, hey, I'm all about what the majority wants to do. If the majority wants X, Y, Z, hey, I'm good with it, okay? Even if my opinion is different, I'll go with X, Y, and Z. Because again, you know, that's the way the government should work. Doesn't always work, okay? But that's the way it should be, okay? It shouldn't be your personal opinion. It should be the opinion of the majority, okay? But thank you for hearing me rant here. Maybe I'll, you know, say something else, and we'll see.
Thank you, George. Anyone else from any of the NSDs?
Good evening, folks. My name is Jose Sobron. I'm at 6870 Bamboo Street, Miami Lakes. This is Lake Hilda Homeowners Association. I feel for these folks. I didn't come to talk about that, but I do feel for them. I also believe that going to Dade County is the wrong thing, is the wrong way. This town has the right people, the right management, the right members of government with the open minds and the hard work coming from John. And I think they're the best that you can put together to solve a problem. And the sunshine laws and then the sunshine method of handling things is the best. You know, account for the money, spend it wisely. You've been a good steward of our monies so far. A lot of people complain, you didn't pay me anything to come here and say good words about you. So, but you know, I do appreciate the work that you guys have done. We had originally in our lake, we had a homeowners association, a civic association, and it was handled perfectly. Then some folks moved away, and the lake fell in total, just total, this is a disgrace. And then we got together, and a bunch of us got together, and we had taxing district put on so that we can fund by all members of of the Lake Hilda area, we would fund the cleaning and the maintenance of the lake. And we gave that originally, unbeknownst to us, that was given to the Dade County. It was a waste of time. The service was horrible. It was never done. You would complain. It was like speaking into this table. Nothing would happen. But now we did change it to the town of Miami Lakes, and we would like to continue to have town of Miami Lakes do this work for us. We can think of no other way. The closer that you have the people to serve us, you're so close to us. We don't want to go to any other municipality or district. We don't want to go anybody but you guys, and we thank you.
Jose, before you go, one quick question. You said you live over in Lake Hilda.
Yes, sir.
Since that is one of our lake maintenance NSDs, I'm very happy you're here because you're almost here representing all of those people. Did you ever by any chance serve on the advisory boards for the Lake Hilda NSD?
My wife does.
Your wife did. Is she going to comment?
She is.
Okay, then I have some questions for her. Then I have some. Thank you so much for your comment, Jose.
I was in contact with the town way before the NSD were formed, and I was part of the effort to bring the funding to the town. I've been a member of the Lake Hilda and Lake Patricia NSD since the very beginning. And we're happy with the results that we have seen. Our lake was, like he said, it was a disgrace. and the improvements are incredible. So we like to keep it that way. We share our views and recommendations with the town, and I believe that we're being listened.
If I could, your name and address for the record.
Gisela Soberon,
Thank you.
6870 Bamboo Street.
Thank you.
He said, as you mentioned, in your time on the advisory board, you said things have gotten better since you were with the county. The district is more responsive. Have you encountered any issues with regard to feedback from residents potentially getting ignored or people being dissatisfied, anything of that nature?
Not really. When we started to meet and we had the meetings being broadcasted over the internet, at the very beginning we had some people that came, were on site with us. We used to meet in that conference room back there. Then it was mostly through Zoom, and then we're seeing less and less people, and my opinion is that people are happy with what they see. That's what my neighbors tell me. Well, everything is so much better. So that's my opinion of why we're not seeing that much participation. I wish there was more participation because it'd be nice to have new blood. But
JP, do the two lakes meet simultaneously, or do they have their own meetings?
we meet together.
Together? And how often do members of the public that are not actual members of the advisory board show up to comment on the lakes?
In the lake maintenance NSD in particular, we maybe have one, typically zero, coming to provide public comment.
And when they do come, is it to report a problem or recommend a change in some sort of policy? Is it, hey, the lake is dirty, what are you doing? Or, hey, we should change our stock schedule for the fish? I don't know.
Just trying to recall the last time that we had one, it was mainly about the barriers on the lake. And we've also had questions about the ducks that are part of the lake. Those are the only real public comments that I've seen from this particular advisory board.
Yeah, and John, the reason for that is because we have been doing this for at least 5 years now, so things have improved a lot. We see what works and what doesn't work. So if it is working, there's no need to make changes.
I'd love to hear that.
But yeah, I'm very happy.
It's not broke, don't fix
with
it.
the results, and I like to keep, the process, the decisions being made here, not by the county.
Thank you, Gisela.
Hi, good evening. This is my first time. Okay, my name is Miriam Klein. I live in the 82nd Avenue, 8200 Northwest 167th Street. I have a complaint because I live in the same corner, 167, and in 82nd Avenue, they're missing those wood sticks or wood stakes, they call. They're missing several. And some vehicles, because they don't see those, the wood sticks, and then the small vehicles sometimes they think that the street is open because that the street is closed. We have only 4 houses in that street. And then the vehicles, go through to the street, next to my neighbor, but they live in the north and I live like south, okay? But I was cleaning the other day with and then a vehicle came, and when I looked, it passed so fast.
How long have those stakes been missing there?
Oh, for a long time. They listened for a long time, and then I made complaint one time. I called, or I think 2 times, but it didn't get resolved. And also with this, okay, I don't live by the school, but the cars, the people who comes with the kid from the north, they make a U-turn, by my house to go to the gate to the east to go to school. And then that is, that is the danger.
And that is probably because of the no left turn sign. So they drive a little further up, and they make a U-turn in that street that is closed, and then come back.
Right, yes.
So sometimes when we try to solve one thing, we create another problem.
JP, the area that she's referring to with the damaged stakes, are you familiar with it?
I don't know what wooden stakes are you referring to? Not at the guardhouse.
Yes, I think
So
that
you're
those
talking-
are not in an NSD, right?
They close it off.
Streets that are closed,
Uh-huh.
so that you can't drive in.
Right.
They're missing stakes there.
So cars are going through.
167.
Fit through there.
So I
And
have my
avoid the
handy-
guardhouse altogether.
I have my handy dandy NSD map here that tells me that a lot of those along 82nd Avenue are not part of the NSD, but depends. Yeah, the houses that front. Does your house front 82nd Avenue, or is it you're like what 165th Terrace?
No.
167.
Street, but my house doesn't. It's not in front of the street. It's in the
No, then
side.
she isn't an NSD.
Yeah, it's not in the front of 82nd.
Right.
Mine is
It's on 167 Street.
67 Street, yes.
Well, I guess ultimately the question is whether the Royal Oaks NSD ordinance covers those barricades, because that's what they would be, barricades. And
My understanding has been in the past, and maybe JP can verify, that any of the devices that were used to close down the streets as a result of creating building the guardhouses and creating the NSDs, all of those improvements are also the responsibility of the NSD, including the maintenance for those improvements.
So I think that's just something that we could revisit as a, oh, no, it would be a NSD item. So, yeah, JP, when you get a chance, get out there, do a little assessment on those barricades along 82nd, and see what it is that needs repairs, and let's see if it's something that can come out of the contingency reserves of the NSD, because that's what it's there for.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, one more thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and also that the gate, where the guardhouse is, 168. That constantly, all the time, the poles, they are not working. Like I passed today twice, then it's not working at all.
When you say not working, is it up?
Yeah, it doesn't go up or down.
But is it stuck in the down position? Or is it?
No, it's
She's
stay
referring
only
to
is-
168 where they're doing where they were doing the drainage project.
Right. The arms are missing, correct?
I don't know if it's missing, but it didn't work. Only, I passed twice.
There's a stop
today.
sign on a cone?
No.
No.
Only that there was a lady who take a picture and, go, that's
So
it.
I don't think she means the,
168th, correct? Yeah. So 168th, they're doing a drainage project there. So to complete the drainage project, they had to remove the conduit underneath, which is what makes the gate arms function, and the electricity. So until that project is completed, the gate arms cannot be placed back functioning. So.
All right, thank you.
but we did request that there be a traffic cone with a stop sign to make every vehicle stop, because the only reason why vehicles stop is because the arm is down. So there should be a traffic cone with a stop sign. I've seen it. Maybe when you pass by, they had removed it, but there should be a stop sign there so that every vehicle stops to allow for the photo to be taken in the meantime.
All right, thank you.
I was there this morning and it was indeed there.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Bernard Amaro, 14824 Balgoan Road. And I apologize for wearing the glasses, but I just had eye surgery recently, and the glare, just LED lights kill me. I am currently the HOA president of Lake Carroll. I'm also the chair of NSD 1. Been the president of Lake Carroll or a board member since 1998, and I've been serving on the NSD for a little over 2 years. Just want to clarify a few things. First, I want to thank John. He's done an amazing job. He's a keeper. He's been the most communicative person that I've dealt with. And we talk a lot as far as when there's an issue with the gate, and he gets things done right away. So I really appreciate his service. Just want to clarify a few things. It was brought up here that we went from a level 1 to a level 2. And the reason why that happened was we had a lot of complaints from residences that the old security people weren't doing their jobs. So we went ahead and looked into a new security firm. We hired them, and we went up to level 2 to improve the security. I believe the security has improved. The people that are working there are much better than what we had before. Also, and used to write everything down on paper, and now they take pictures. We also, when I came into the board, the LPR was already being discussed, and I came in and learned about it, and I thought it was a really good idea. And like everything else, the NSD1 board votes on pretty much everything. We recommend, and you folks agree to it or not. But we saw it as another level of security. As a matter of fact, I guess the police captured a person 2 or 3 months ago that went through there and was a positive on the LPR, and they were arrested. We, in fact, have barely any crime in that section. And I believe it's because of the security guard, the LPR, and that things are working. That's just my opinion. We communicate back to our associations what happens in our meetings. We are also live streamlined like you guys are. So the residences can see what's going on, exactly what's going on in our meetings, and participate. They are also invited to come to our meetings and participate. But as you know, as well as we have 800 plus homes, and in our HOA meetings, a handful of people show up. We have 800 in our NSD, a handful of people showed up. This is a constant battle. I do this because I want to serve. I have a family like everybody else. I work like everybody else. But I try to make the best decisions with the group of people that are with me for the community. We try to represent as best as we can the community to make improvements in any which way we can. And I appreciate what you guys do. I know it's not easy. You always have people that complain about it, regardless of what you do. You're always going to have a handful of people that complain about everything. And it's unfortunate because we're all trying to do the best we can for our community. I think Miami Lakes that I've heard from police officers is probably the most safest communities in Dade County, and it's from everybody's efforts. So I just want to thank you for your service, and if you wish to continue with the NSD boards, fantastic. I'll be more than happy to serve. But if you don't, I mean, it's up to you, and I will respect any decision that you folks make. But I think it's a good idea to have their perspective, because all they're doing is giving and presenting to you, and then you folks have the final decision. We're just listening to our folks, relaying back to our folks, and trying to communicate as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you for. Get up there quick, man.
I'll be quick. Hi, my name is Robert Sosa. I live at 7925 Northwest 162nd Street. I'm part of the NSD for Section 1. I wanted to start off with the comments that were made on the school. I've been living there for 22 years. I'm right down the street from the school. And
Sorry, are you Royal Oaks Section 1 or Miami Lakes Section 1?
Royal Oaks.
Got it.
The school areas all over Dade County are a mess, you know? There's always going to be traffic. However, I've noticed the traffic has changed since they keep the gates closed until the last minute that the kids come out. Before, they would open up the gates and they would allow 15, 20 cars to go through, and it would alleviate some of the traffic that's getting backed up that goes all the way to 154th. It's a big mess. I avoid it. I go around and just come in through the back, you know, because I know either I got to jump on the other lane, and you never know if a kid runs out of a car, runs in between two cars. That's a disaster waiting to happen. And thank God that it hasn't happened. With that on the school, I think if the school opened the doors or opened the gates a little bit earlier, you know, we have grandparents out there waiting to pick up their kids. They don't know where to go. They're not going to drive around in circles. So they have no choice but to stand there. Being part of the NSD, I've noticed in the last year that I've been participating with, I see that we find solutions to bring to you guys for approval. Those solutions sometimes are from information we get from the city, from the people in our neighborhoods, from my neighbors, you know, and we bring it to you guys so you guys can make the decision. Working with John has been a pleasure. I mean, he's been there, you know, all the time, and I agree with everybody else that he's been a big, big help to everything that's getting accomplished. So the dissolution of the NSD, I really don't agree with it, but it will be the decisions you guys vote on. Being a buffer between the community and you guys allows more frequent information to be passed on. I don't think you guys want to have a meeting here once a month, listening to people from the town complaining about different issues. That's about it. Thank you for your time. Luke, right on time.
Thank you. Robert, before you go, just on the comment of the gates being opened sooner, that's how it was originally.
Yes.
And because the gates were opened sooner, the traffic backed up all down 79th. So the idea of closing the gates and not allowing the parents to use that street as a queue to pick up the children was to avoid that backup. So now the cops don't let anyone stand in the street until the gates open.
Okay.
So it keeps them off the street for a good 30 minutes or more.
Correct. I'm talking about the gate to enter into the school to pick up the kids.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct. As long as that gate is
They
closed.
used to open them earlier before.
Right.
And it would, you know.
So the cars would go into the gate, and then when that piece in front of the school was full, then the cars would come out of the gate and go down 79th and all the way to the Winn-Dixie for 45 minutes before school let out, because those are the grandparents
Right.
that are very, very on time. So.
Or early.
Yes. So what happens now is that because we requested that the school close the gates, the cops do not let anyone stand in the middle of the street until dismissal time. So it
They're
keeps.
standing in the middle of the street.
Well, they're not supposed to. If they are, then that's something that we have to tackle. But they're not supposed to be anywhere in the street. If the police officer sees you standing in the street and it is not dismissal time, they ask you to move along. It's possible that they move and come back and keep driving around, but they're not supposed. I wish that we had one of our officers here to
They're
to
not
verify
moving.
that.
They're not moving, and the
I
police
will-
is not telling them anything.
Okay, so I will make sure to inform them of that, because that was the idea. The idea was that until dismissal time, 79th Avenue cannot be a parking lot. And so if it's not functioning properly, I'll make sure to relay that message. And that is prior to dismissal time?
Well, the backup is actually south of the gate, and not north.
So
At about
Marilyn,
162nd,
just
right there.
follow up on it.
Yeah, okay. So we'll make sure to follow up with the police major and make sure that that is being implemented the way that it was intended.
I mean, there's different solutions, but you live in a school zone, so,
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is. No, they don't use the perimeter.
They use the perimeter road for dismissal and drop off of the middle school. So there is,
So, listen,
And-
before
and-
we,
and drop
before
off
we
in the
jump
morning as
into
well.
a discussion that's about the school traffic, which frankly, I think is an issue that can have its own meeting, because there's a lot of solutions that have been thrown out about it. There's a lot of problems, because some people want to be the grandfather that shows up early, and some people want, people to show up at the same time. Let's have that discussion at a later time. As it relates to the NSD, we've already discussed it. We brought it up when you were here. But yeah, at the risk of, let's not leave here at 2 a.m, like one of the gentlemen said. Let's move on from that issue. What I'd like to do, I'm not sure if there's more people who want to comment here. I see you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip you for a half second. There's a couple hands raised online that have been raised for a very, very long time, and I'd like to give them an opportunity to comment now before they have to go to bed.
Yeah, I believe Abel Fernandez had his hand raised first, so if he can just unmute him, and you have 3 minutes. Well, more.
He's muted.
He's muted right now.
Diego, can
You're
you please
muted.
unmute Abel?
We can't hear you, Abel.
There you go. It wasn't allowing me to unmute. First of all, thank you, Vice Mayor Fernandez, and most importantly, Councilmember Brian Morera, for bringing up this important meeting and allowing us to make comments on the record. And thank you to Councilmember Luis Collazo and Marilyn Ruano. And we're going to miss you too when you are term limited out. Let me first start with a comment from President Reagan. It was on August 12th, 1986, and it was the most terrifying 9 words in the English language are, "I'm from government and I'm here to help." I think we need to memorialize those words. So I'd like to talk to you about the NSDs and what's been occurring. First of all, JP has been an excellent addition to the town staff. And through his leadership, he has been trying the best he can. The NSD dysfunction happens for various reasons. I'm going to start first with the LPR cameras. When this issue was brought up, I did a public records request to find out the information and to get the meeting minutes from those particular NSD. At the time, they were called special taxing districts, to see how they voted and what was presented. The minutes for those meetings were not available. They could not be found. I did speak to one of the board members who was here tonight, George Arena, and a fellow firefighter. By the way, Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119, exempt on public information. The process of the LPR cameras was never brought to the community. It was voted on by the special taxing district. It was implemented by the special taxing district without any input from the membership. Now, that in itself is an issue because I'm not here to debate the value of the LPR cameras. They've proven themselves, but the fact of where they should be placed. If we're going to protect the envelope known as the town of Miami Lakes, they should be placed at every geographical entrance to the town and not in a private community such as Royal Oaks. With that said, we are being saddled with a tax on that. I mentioned this at a council meeting. If you remember, Councilman Moreira, I believe a month and a half ago, and I was hoping that you all would jump on this, that the residents of Section 1 at Royal Oaks East are having to pay this $13,000 fee per gate for the LPR cameras, while the rest of the town's cameras are being paid by impact fees going through the police department. But meanwhile, we are paying for this as residents. And I believe that that's unfair. I believe that this should be placed in geographical areas outside of our community. But let's go to the NSDs and the value of them as a committee. So they made this recommendation without any input. I can't find those minutes. They're not available. The town clerk has sent me everything she could, and they're just not there. So with that said, that is one opposition that I have to the Neighborhood Services Delivery Committee. The second one is the ordinance. The ordinance may be outdated. It is several decades old. As a matter of fact, it was probably around when VCRs were the means of seeing movies and not streaming. So with that said, do we need to update the ordinances to reflect the modern times of manning these guard houses? I believe so. And that would mean, putting it out to vote again to the communities and see where it falls. In respect to managing the NSDs, I believe that privatization is the way to go. Right now, our community is managed by a homeowners association. It's a private entity chartered with the state, and they're very familiar with the guardhouses. I'm not here to advocate for them. This would be a request for proposals, but maybe the town should get out of the business of running the guardhouses and privatize it and put it out for a proposal for private entities to manage the guardhouses, which would include the contracting of guards, the level of service, the maintenance of the building, so on and so forth. Private sector is always going to be more economical than government. A repair of the guardhouses is always going to be less money, Councilman Moreira, than through the chair, if I could, to Councilman Moreira, than government do it. Maybe we need to put out this for bid, and it may be more economical and take the headaches out of the NSDs having to be run by volunteer committees or the town itself, other than them just overseeing the private entities that run these guardhouses. In reference to what I have seen, and I thank the volunteers on all of these committees, but it is not a friendly environment for us to participate in. As you see here, we are on Zoom. We're communicating in meetings through Zoom. That's not what occurs with NSDs. NSDs allow you to watch the meeting, but they don't allow you to participate by Zoom. I'm talking to you right now from my place on Marco Island, and yet I'm still involved in decisions that you're asking for input on, but it's through remote comments. I think we need to come up to the 21st century and start doing that as a start for the NSDs themselves. It's a lot that I've put on your plate here. I don't want to take more than the 3 minutes. If you have any questions as to what I've commented, I'm open to talk about it. I won't get into the school issues. That's a whole different meeting, as you mentioned. But Luis Collazo, Maryland, are all familiar in me having spoke to them about these issues over the years. But anything I could add into it, if you want to question some of the comments I made, I'm here to give you some responses back. If not, thank you for your time hearing me, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Abel.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person for remote public comments is the person with the title HF.
Hi, good evening. Hi, Hilda Fernandez, resident of Royal Oaks West, but under FS 119, our address is protected. First of all, I want to begin by thanking the NSD members that are there tonight. It is often thankless job to sit on boards, volunteer boards, where you are being tasked with being, soliciting input and then sharing those recommendations, in this case, to our council, and doing a duty and a favor to all of us by representing us. And I know Abel mentioned something that happened 38 years ago with Ronald Reagan. Well, I'm going to take it back 251 years when, in a little dark night in the Boston Harbor, people threw tea into the harbor because they didn't want taxation without representation. One of the reasons we now manage our own gates is exactly because everybody was so upset about the fact that we were paying, these taxing districts to the county and getting little to no response from the county. So the idea was to bring it back local, right? To bring it back to the town. And the town said, well, we'll create the NSDs to be able to be a resource for us to get the input from the community that the community was asking for. And, that's a great concept. I mean, everything always sounds great in theory, but the reality is a little bit more complicated, right? Abel mentioned right now, NSD meetings are held there at Town Hall. The meetings are available on Zoom, but no one can participate unless they go physically to Town Hall. And this will include families with children, people who get home late from work, who are tired, have to eat dinner at 8 o'clock at night, whatever it is. So, the concept would be, if we really do want to have that representative government, and by the way, I don't know how many of the town council members knew that while the meetings were available by Zoom, no one could participate if they were participating via Zoom. You don't have to answer that, but that's one of the questions there. So the other thing, obviously, is community input happening? Is it happening? So when a recommendation is being brought, or advisory board, the NSDs are bringing recommendations to the council, how does the council know that information, that recommendation, is the product of community input? They are, as has been said by many members, and again, they're doing an exemplary job. They're trying their best under the circumstances of what is often a lot of apathy among, they can't get people to show up at homeowner association meetings. Imagine now this is like a subgroup of a homeowner association meeting, right? So there's already that underlying issue, and I'm sure a lot of frustration on their part. But at the end of the day, it is important for you as the council to know that these advisory boards that you have put together to collect that input is in fact collecting that input. How are you getting that information? I don't know. Is it being posted on the minutes of these meetings being posted on the website? I know at the City of Miami, I know the City of Miami Beach will post the minutes of meetings that happened in the prior month on the agenda of the council meetings. So you can scroll through and see those minutes as you're looking at the council agendas for those people that might be interested. So, first question is, are we really getting the input that we're supposed to be getting from the community for the NSDs? And are you, the council, then benefiting from the information that's being collected? Or, assuming that's being collected in some incredible manner, are you benefiting, and how is that information being shared to you, and for that matter, to the rest of the residents? And the LPRs, honestly, are the best example of that. First of all, license plate readers are a law enforcement tool. They cannot be used to figure out who's going to go in through the gate on the east side of Royal Oaks to go to the school. That is not the purpose. They're used to identify stolen cars. When there's a BOLO, a BOLO, be on the lookout for a vehicle that's been engaged in crime. That's a resource that is used by communities everywhere to be able to identify people coming into their city that are already under the alert of law enforcement. Can it be used in, if we are looking at having our vehicles identified as they come in so that if something happens in our community, we can go back and try to find it. We don't need to pay an LPR for that. That's why we have those little people taking pictures of people as they come into our communities now to begin with. The bottom line is the LPR is a tool used by law enforcement for a community. There is no reason why members of one community should have to pay for a service that benefits the entire community. And we are. So this begs the question of, how did it get to that? Was the council under the impression that the NSD solicited input from the residents of all of the NSD, of all of the HOAs they represented? And overwhelmingly, these residents say, great idea. Please do recommend that to the council. And by the way, charge us for it in our annual assessment. Yeah, I don't think so. And I don't know. And you heard, we're trying to find minutes to see how that exactly happened. And you may have been led to believe that kind of recourse. Now, that the NSDs may have discussed it among themselves, that's great. But we don't elect the NSD, right? These are folks that are appointed. And as much as they're wonderful people that are spending a lot of time, and they've gotten up tonight a bit, there they are at 8:38 p.m., still in the chambers, having made it out there after they get together on a monthly basis and do what they have to do. So this is not a slight on them, but at the end of the day, it is essential. The purpose of the NSDs was to solicit community input to make sure the decisions were being made about our budget, about what was being done with our money that we are paying for those gatehouses, for the services that are being provided through that taxing district. It's important to make sure the NSDs are benefiting from information, and the way to do that is to ensure that information is being disseminated differently. All of the HOAs have listservs. All of us do. We get emails telling us this is happening, construction, this and that, or whatever. They are a tool, a simple tool. Social media is a much simpler tool than putting a sign. Because frankly, we get signs about there's a meeting about this, there's a meeting about that, and people eventually, it's like exhaustion, right? Sign exhaustion. So they're not necessarily paying attention. This is a meeting about something else. And by the way, I will tell you, if on the sign it said, at this next meeting, we're going to be talking about your taxes for next year, you probably would get a little bit more participation. And hopefully you'd be able to get it while you are on a Zoom, like I am right now, being able to speak. So I would urge the council to consider, I don't know that abolishing the NSD is the solution. Either that, you're going to have all of us showing up at your council meetings. They're going to go way much later than 8:38 p.m., obviously. I don't know if that's a solution, but certainly if we're going to have NSD as a vehicle for getting community input, then they need to be getting that community input, and we need to figure out how that happens. And when you go make decisions relating that are coming from the NSD, I think it's really important for you all to ask the key question, which is, how did you solicit that? How did you come to that recommendation? And how much community input did you have before coming to us with a recommendation to take an action such as funding something in our special taxing district, like an LPR, that should not be funded by a special taxing district? Thank you so very much. And again, I want to once again say, I do appreciate the work that the NSD, I'm not suggesting they get dissolved. We live in the same house. We don't have to agree, my husband and I. I do think it's very important for us to take a look at how they're functioning, how to improve their effectiveness. And if we cannot improve their effectiveness and we feel like they're not doing it, listen. And I will tell you, if Royal Oaks East doesn't feel represented by our NSD, but the NSD that has both of these, then maybe the council should consider creating a separate one for them. Notwithstanding the issues of the school, which I think are a separate issue beyond the gatehouse issue. But the bottom line is everybody, deserves to be heard. Everybody deserves to be represented. I appreciate the fact that you all created this as a mechanism to do that. Taking it away from the county, it definitely never hurt us about our concerns about our gatehouses. And I think this brings us closer. Is it a perfect process? No, but can it be fixed? Yeah, I think it can. I think we need to ensure that there's more transparency, ensure there's more communication. Thank you. Hope you mentioned that. And make them be what it is we expected them to be, a conduit between our HOAs and the council, providing you that community input you solicit so that you don't have 175,000 people show up at a council meeting to complain about the fact that you funded our LPRs. Thank you so much. I know that was very fast, but I didn't want to take too long. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final public comment that I see here is coming from the number ending in 6264.
what were the last four?
6264.
If-
It's that person there. They're unmuted, but I can't hear them.
Yeah, if your number ends in 6264, you've been unmuted. Please feel free to give your public comment. All right, let's just go ahead and move on. Yes, there was.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Sorry, it's technology, not my best friend. Good evening, everyone. My name is Susana Herrera, Miami Lakes resident, 14970 Dumbarton Place. First and foremost, I want to thank Hope Reynolds. She has done a phenomenal job of keeping a few of us involved that have always wanted to participate, but because of business reasons, we haven't been able to be as active as we wanted to be. I don't want to touch on specifics, but as an overall feeling, Councilman Moreira, thank you so much for taking the initiative to want to create this opportunity for residents to come in and voice how they feel. So as I listen to everybody give feedback, I'm going to step away and say, yes, there has been a lot of residents that feel or have made to feel by past and current council that we're always the complainers, we're always the troublemakers, we're the minority, we don't represent the people, and it has become almost throwing in the towel, say, why am I going to put the time and effort, right? And I think as a government agency, you complain that you don't get participation, but when you do get participation, you're the number one judgment of them if they're not on your side. With that said, I think one of the worst things you can do to any resident is the feeling that they're being taken for granted. And we create these ordinances, and somebody pointed out that these are old ordinances, but the ordinances are there in place to give order to what needs to happen. And I read the ordinance that was provided by Hope, and this whole special taxing district was created for the sole purpose of the management of the guardhouses. Now, politics is excellent in finding loopholes. That's what they do best. That's why town managers and special staff find loopholes on how they can find ways to introduce. Now, other comments have pointed out for 25 years, we never had an issue. There was never an issue. The ordinance stood and managed what they were supposed to manage. So how we went into these additional expenses without the participation of the homeowners, it's beyond me. So here's the thing, the ordinance clearly says that the homeowners, and I'm gonna make a difference between home ownership and residence. You can be a resident here in a particular property, but you're not the homeowner. And the homeowner is the one that bears the responsibility for the taxes. And as such, any inquiries, any surveys that are gonna be done, any participation for voting has to be to the homeowner, not the residents of the particular area. So I listened to Councilwoman Ronald said that there's going to be a mechanism put in place that if residents want something specific done by the NSD, that they can petition it and gather as many votes on that petition and move it forward. Well, to Hilda Fernandez's comment earlier, the same has to be reciprocated by the town and the NSD. Don't sit here and tell me that a lot of people came to us and this is what they wanted, because you cannot support what a lot of people were. I'm gonna give you a very simple example on that, because for years we sat in front of the board regarding the Optimus parks. And over and over and over again, council kept saying, some of the council, not all of the council, many members in the council kept saying, oh, we get calls from the residents all the time. And we push and say, put it out for vote. If you're that confident you're gonna win, put it out for vote. Because it was a lot of money at stake. And you know what? We put it out for vote and we got the results. And the results were nothing like what was being sold at these meetings. So what you're saying and what the owners of Miami Lakes want are two separate things. So there is a responsibility in the management of the NSD and or the special tax district, where you have to validate the true participation of the people that are bearing that expense, that earn that right through an ordinance that sits in place today, and it's a legal document and it's an enforceable document. There are no exceptions to the participation that is required to make decisions. Now, are you going to do a voting every time something comes up? No. But you know what? Nothing that has been brought to the table has been urgent. You can create a quarterly or a biannual set of programs or suggestions, and you send that to the owners and let them vote on it. And then you can move it forward. But you cannot continue to make decisions on suggestions by NSD that is not supported by ownership representation. That has to stop. And again, I'm not saying that I'm pro NSD or against it. I am saying that it has been mismanaged, and the owners, who are ultimately the ones who got that ordinance moving, are not being represented. Like many of the other residents before, I do want to thank all those people that have been involved, that I know have put their time, effort, volunteers to do what they thought was best. But if we're looking for best, then best can't happen without ownership participation. Again, thank you for your time. I hope to be a little bit more involved. And I hope that the council, the new council, we're bringing new blood, that we deal with residents on a more positive manner, other than just judge people that show up all the time and become your, as once referred, gadflies and all kinds of stuff. So I'm hoping that we have new blood and we move it forward, and we need to do the right thing. And we have several attorneys sitting on our council that I'm sure understand, you know, what a legal document is intended to do and bring. So I bid you all good night. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you for all your efforts, both to the council and to the NSD members. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna.
Thank you, Sue.
Alex Ariano, Lakeland, Ellen. First, I'd like to thank Marilyn because she was the first person to read the ordinance and to put it to the town.
Thank you guys for showing me the ordinance and for educating me on things that I didn't know. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, but you wanted to be educated. That's the difference. Brian, I am pleasantly surprised about you. I'm very happy that you're on the council now. Tony, I know you don't want to hear the same people, so you don't have to listen. I think that the NSD board should be dissolved. I think your idea of putting a petition out if the people want something is the best plan I've heard. Okay? Let's see what else. Well, like I said, they should be dissolved. The petition needs to be put in place. And as a final thing, Tony, you better find a new bus because it's not rolling over anybody anymore. Thank you.
All righty. If there's no one else, let's go ahead and get our 2 cents in so that we can get the ball rolling.
I just wanted to state for the record, we did receive a written
Oh,
public
oh my
comment.
God, thank you for reminding me. There was a
Helen
public
Costa.
comment that we received via email, and if you can read it into the record.
All right, so this is from Helen Costa. I believe she resides in Miami Lakes Section 1, and she's a part of the NSD board. The email starts with, "Hi, I had my intentions to do my best to attend, but simply cannot. I'm not sure exactly what the meeting will be about or what the goal of the meeting is about, but in my absence, I will send this email. I have been a resident of Miami Lakes for a majority of my lifetime. For the last several years, I can truly say I live, work, and play in Miami Lakes. I'm currently a resident of Lake Elizabeth Homeowners Association for the past 9 years or so. Within a year of purchasing, I became part of the board of the association. Once the advisory boards were created back in the day, called the STD board, now the NSD board, I was the board member of our HOA who joined as a representative of the HOA. I understand and still understand that the purpose of this committee is to act as advisors. I am clear that nothing that I say or any of the fellow committee members say on this NSD board is a final say in any way, shape, or form. It is an advisory board to provide the town council members with recommendations that they can consider, adopt, revise, or reject. My role and that of every member on this committee is to represent their HOA. To be part of the HOA board, there is an election process, and thus in this role, I perform my duties in this advisory committee to the town as an elected representative of my HOA. I personally am in favor of keeping the advisory committee, as they have proven to be instrumental and positive in keeping the community and the town in touch and in tune. It is a practical and efficient manner to keep the homeowners and the town in touch about matters having to do with the security services, security guards, gates, and area of the gatehouse. It has proven to be forward-moving. As of this email, I personally, as well as a board member of the HOA, consisting of over 80 homeowners, have not heard anything negative about the NSD committees from a fellow neighbor, HOA member, or HOA board member. Have a great meeting. Helen Costa as treasurer.
Thank you for reminding me, Victoria. Let's go ahead and get our comments on.
Through the chair. I want to thank everybody who showed up today, and I want to thank everybody who's online. And thank you for my fellow council members for putting this meeting together. And of course, the staff, thank you for what you do. Absolutely. I just want to go over all the bullet points, the reason for the meeting. Exploring ways to enhance public participation, NSD matters, and quarterly sunshine workshops, so the residents can participate. I'm 100% for that. The more transparency we have, the better. The more you're able to give your opinion, absolutely the better. Ensuring we are held accountable to have workshops during the budget season, focus on NSDs, 100%. I think we should do that all the time. And of course, discussing modification of NSD ordinance to provide clearer guidelines. I'm 100% for transparency. I want to go on the record though. I am not for disbanding the NSDs. I think they do a lot more good than they do harm. I think that the reason why they were created was because we were neglected by the county, and that's the reason why we put this together, so we have closer representation to the people. So I believe the NSDs do more good than harm, and I'm for keeping the NSDs. More transparency, absolutely. Getting petitions and getting votes from our residents to make sure that the majority of the residents are for the decisions that are made by the NSD board and subsequently approved by us, 100%. So I just want to thank you again, and I just want to put my thoughts on the record. Thank you.
Before we go over to the rest of you guys, I did want to make a quick clarification. I know a couple of the residents who commented made references to disbanding the NSDs, and then others specified disbanding the NSD boards. I don't think anyone up here is ready to talk about disbanding the NSD themselves and getting rid of the guardhouse. I don't think that's what is being discussed. The only thing we're discussing when disbanding anything is referenced is the board. The NSD would continue to exist.
100%. No. And what I meant was, well, NSD, if anyone wants to dissolve them, I'm against that. But I also believe the boards should remain, because I believe they are another step to represent the people that advise us. So I want to clarify that. Thank you for allowing me to clarify.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your participation. As always, I am thrilled when this room is full of people. Whether I agree with you or disagree with you, I want you to be here every month speaking your mind, because that is our job, is to listen to you. So I'll tell you, the biggest takeaway, at least for me this evening, is that JP rocks. There is not one person in this room that has not said that JP is an asset and that he has done an excellent job and that he has improved processes and systems. So thank you, JP, so much, because this is one of the hardest jobs in Town Hall, is to manage these neighborhood service districts with so many different personalities and different needs. We truly, truly appreciate everything that you have done. I'd also like to thank Hope and Boris and Harry and Alex for the time that you took many, many moons ago to educate me on the original ordinances and to walk me through the process, because you were the boots on the ground when these special service districts, special taxing districts were implemented. You were the residents that petitioned for them, and you wanted them for a specific purpose. And I understood that. Your message was clear to me, and that is what guides me. That is what guides me when I listen to these conversations. So that being said, it is my takeaway that the neighborhood service districts, when they were, or special taxing districts, when they were with the county, they functioned in a much more inefficient way, but they functioned for the right purpose. So communicating with the county was a problem, and getting them to do what they needed to do was a problem. But the county didn't deviate from the original intention of the special taxing districts. I think that when we brought them into the town of Miami Lakes with all good intentions, our intentions were to be closer to you, to listen to your concerns, to be able to, for you to have access to us, which you do. And I think that's one of the beauties of this community and of this council and councils before us and councils after us, is that we're neighbors. So you don't have to go through all the bureaucracy to talk to an elected official. You just pick up the phone. Almost all of you in this room have my cell phone number, and you can just call me and have a conversation with me. So that was the idea of bringing them closer to you. In that process, we created the special taxing district boards, the neighborhood service district boards, because that is just the way Miami Lakes works. We function through committees. That is how we do things. We have committees for elderly affairs, for youth activities, for veterans services. That's what we're used to. And so we thought that that was the proper vehicle to gain access to what the community wanted. Individuals that were closer to you, that would communicate with you and bring that message to us. Somewhere along the line, in my opinion, somewhere along the line, we lost sight of what the original purpose of these special taxing districts was. The original purpose was to have one guard gate with one guard, taking down a license plate and lifting a gate. That was the original purpose and the only purpose. And as we created the neighborhood service district committees and boards, inevitably, when a group of people get together, they want to solve problems. And there are problems that are outside the scope of that original ordinance and that have no place in the neighborhood service district or the special taxing district. Problems that perhaps are town-related problems, like the school traffic, problems that are HOA issues, like in Loch Lomond, where the NSD and the HOA are kind of one and the same, And this water has been murkied and the lines have been blurred. And I think that that's where unintentionally there have been hiccups along the way. And as long as government continues to add layers of bureaucracy, there will be more and more and more confusion. So for me, I think that the proper course of action is to do away with the neighborhood service district boards as boards. I think that we've already gone through their transition. We've experienced it, we've learned, we've gained access of information from the community. JP is a rock star. That is, no need to mention that again, but he can do this on his own. And I think that it'll be more streamlined and it'll be more efficient. And there won't be so many opinions about things that are outside the scope of what these taxing districts are intended to do. There is a tax that is imposed on you, the residents, for a very specific purpose. And as long as we deviate from that and we think of flowers or paint or canopies, all of those other add-ons, they're not intended. They were never intended. But when you have neighbors that get together in a room and they're unhappy about something, they're gonna try to solve it. And if they're on the special taxing district board, that is the vehicle that they have to solve the problem that exists, just may not be a problem of the special taxing district. So at least for me, my life up here is very short-lived. I've only got a couple of months left. But if this does come before me in the next couple of months, I will be voting to disband the neighborhood service district boards and continue to manage these in-house through JP's office. I think that it will be a lot easier and there will be less hiccups. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you, guys.
Victoria, is Councilmember Collazo still on?
Yeah, he's on Zoom still.
Councilmember Collazo, if you'd like to make any comments, feel free. Yeah, we'll come back.
Yeah, I don't see him unmuting.
Awesome. So I'll put my thoughts on the record. And by the way, thank you to everyone that came out and shared your comments. I will address it because there were several residents that spoke about, you know, my quote unquote unwillingness to listen. I just want to make it blatantly obvious what everybody in the room can see. I'm here and I'm listening, right? So I do listen, and I listen to the residents every opportunity that I get. I don't always agree with the things that I hear, right? And it's very clear. We heard many different people speak. This is not an issue where there's one sweeping solution, right? This is government. Government is inherently imperfect, right? We have to choose the mechanisms that work best for us, right? So when we talk about the NSD boards, we have to take a step back, right, and realize, are we better served with the input of the boards or without the input of the boards? And the things that have been brought before us by these boards, right, have they improved the quality of life for the residents inside these NSDs, right? And I'm not talking about pretty flowers necessarily, right? Although I do think, and I differ, my opinion differs from some of my colleagues, that some of those things are intrinsic to the things that are intrinsic to the guard house are things that the NSD board should discuss and that this council should address, right? Because that is ultimately the governing body for all of these NSDs is this council, right? So there are different compositions for some of these boards, and some of these boards, it's pretty clear. There's one HOA. That HOA is elected by the residents. Members of that HOA represent the NSD. In others, there's no HOA at all, or an HOA that doesn't really have a lot of participation. In others, we have NSD boards where there's representatives from multiple HOAs or some the east side of Royal Oaks and the west side of Royal Oaks and the HOA and non-HOA portions. However, I think a lot is lost on, you know, the representation that different residents have on those boards, and ultimately the ones that make the decisions, at least as it stands now, is this council, right? And this council is ultimately accountable to the entire town, right? We are the ones that are elected by the entire town to make these decisions, right? And we live, you know, it's a republic, it's a representative democracy. It is impractical for every resident to get together and voice their opinion and vote directly. That's called a direct democracy. There's a reason, you know, we don't do that, because it makes it very burdensome to get things done, right? And it hugely stands in the way of efficiency. Are there ways to tweak the way that we get input from the residents? Absolutely. Are the ordinances, some of these ordinances were passed when I was in elementary school, right? So that's not lost on me. There's always opportunities to go back and retool and tweak these things. Ultimately, I don't think the system is that broken. I don't think getting rid of the NSD boards improves participation. I don't think it improves the mechanisms that we have in place now. If there is a move to abolish the NSD boards, what I would hope we would replace it with is a quarterly meeting of this body, and we go through NSD by NSD, and we have, you know, a section 1 hour or section 2 hour, and we address all those needs, because ultimately they're coming before us. But I wouldn't want to see, and look, having those people on the NSD, each NSD has different needs, different compositions. The composition of this council is town-wide. Not all of us live within any of the NSDs, right? I live inside section 1. My viewpoints are often wildly different than that of some of my neighbors, right? So we have to have forums to get input from everybody. But ultimately, we're the ones making the decisions. So I want to be able to make those decisions armed with as much input and as much information as we can. And I think the boards are good aggregators of that information, right? So I'm definitely pro keeping them. If we decide to go a different route, you know, there's different options that we can look at, but I think they do way more of a positive service than not having them. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Victoria, can we see if...
Yeah, Councilmember Collazo and Councilmember Dieguez are now online.
Can we see if Collazo is able to...
Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and thank you. I've been listening to the meeting the entire time, and when you guys first recognized me, I wasn't able to unmute myself. So I apologize if it appeared as though if I wasn't on the call, but have been on the call the entire meeting, and I do want to make a couple remarks. And first of all, thank you, Councilman Morera. You set up this meeting, and you know, you've been listening, which I think has been the big takeaway. And I understand, you know, for you, for being a freshman to this issue and really embracing it, I just want to let you know how much you've impressed me as well. And I know some of the public speakers made that remark as well. To JP, and I, you know, going to echo the sentiments of everybody that's kind of spoken or been very vocal in complimenting you. You have been doing a yeoman's job of really probably one of the hardest jobs in town hall, which is trying to tax people at the same time and give everybody everything that they want. You've been hamstrung. I'm going to compare you trying to fight Mike Tyson with one hand behind your back, right? Because you haven't been able to get a complete picture or complete communication with everyone in the districts. And that's really why we tried to go down these NSD board route, right? We thought that some of the individuals that we've appointed were going to be directly plugged into the pulse of the community, right? And some have been and some haven't. Some haven't even represented their HOA, as some of the comments that I heard. And we've kind of, had a different impression of who they represented. So I want to compliment you basically on going above and beyond each and every day to really solicit and get input from everybody. If anything is clear from me, is that the NSD boards have also been trying to do the best that they can, right, with the tools that they've been given. But we haven't captured the pulse of the people as much as maybe some of us would like to think that we have. And this meeting is a testament to it now, right? It's 9 o'clock, and there's still people engaged with us, expressing themselves and saying, hey, we would want to do this in a different way, or, we want to give you input. And I think we need to do a better job of capturing that input. And I agree with the Vice Mayor. Maybe it is having more of these public venues where people know that they're going to be heard as maybe the catalyst to getting that information across, and maybe having them tapped into and listening to them for what that's worth, right? But going back to, the NSD boards, I think we should have as much input as possible, right? And if the NSD board is limiting the input that we've been having because when they meet, they don't have Zoom as an input option, I think we need to change, right? We need to change, whether it's disbanding them or maybe tweaking them, I think was another word that was used, but we want to solicit as much input as possible. And that's what came clear to me from JP's comments at the first meeting that we had, the first Sunshine meeting is, I need to get more input from more people. I think Councilman Dieguez also laid a track, the right track, wrong track model. Also heard some feedback upon, are we getting the right person's input, right? Are these homeowners versus residents? So it's given us a lot to think about. And again, I think we need to do a better job of capturing more input rather than less. And if the NSD boards has been constricting input because they haven't been as open or as accessible to everybody, it's a good thing to know, right, as we make the decision, because at the end, it's our decision to make, right? And I know several people, especially from the NSD boards, have chimed in on that, said, hey, we just make recommendations, right? At the end of the job, you guys have to carry this decision and see it through on what you see best. So I've always liked, the opportunity to listen to the residents, and I think we have to expand on that. With regards to what my position is, like Marilyn said, we have a very short time, right? But I would like to look at the NSD ordinance itself, right? And making sure that what we do moving forward, it's done right, or at least it's done in another fashion or another way that takes into account the people. I agree with all the speakers. I think LPRs are a great law enforcement tool, but they were never intended to be the burden of the NSD or the special taxing district. I'm going to go out on a limb here, and it's probably going to get some people probably a little bit nervous, but the reality is, absent of a crime, we can't even use them as a management tool. So I don't even know how that burden is being borne by the people of the neighborhood service district.
I'm sorry, Councilman Collazo, you broke up there a little bit and we weren't able to hear the last comment that you made.
Going back to which part?
When you said this part's going to scare some people, I think?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, well, in particular, maybe the way that we've used the NSD money to pay for a law enforcement tool. I think that's a wrong that needs to be righted as well. And while I don't think we did anything illegal, right? I don't think that we did anything wrong. I just don't know how the license plate readers are being used as a management tool in the guard gate. Absent of a crime being conducted, we can't even access those records because they're protected, from my understanding. And that's the part of the nuances. Is it really being used as a tool for managing the special, the neighborhood service districts? Or is it something that we just wanted to kind of expand in the network of our LPRs? So those are the two things that I really want to dig into, which is really correcting if there was an issue, right? If we did this and where there's a way to cure it through the budget process. And also really looking at the ordinance itself and how we make those changes moving forward. Councilwoman Morano and myself are only going to be here for 2 more months. It's really going to be we got this started, and Councilman Morea, you've continued to champion it. So we'll, for the next couple of months, we're going to continue to see this through, but really looking at you all who's left behind on the new blood, to learn from what we've gone through, right? And listen to the people that we've listened to so we can make some wise choices moving forward. Thank you all for the opportunity, and I want to thank all the residents and town staff that are there way past 9 to listen to the residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Victoria, did you say?
Councilmember Dieguez is also online if he wants to speak.
Comment.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I was later to the meeting, so I didn't catch everything that's been said. And given the hour, I'll just save my remarks for whatever gets brought to the dais regarding the specific item. But just want to thank you again, Councilman Morera, for your leadership on this issue, really bringing it to a head. And I also want to thank all the residents that took the time out of their schedule to voice their opinion on this, and those that have been trying to get our attention on this for quite a while. I think Councilman Collazo alluded to it earlier. The right track, wrong track that I had pushed for, is just not getting it done, unfortunately, the way that it's currently being given, which I think is through a SurveyMonkey. And the other method that I was looking at doing it, in essence, using digital voting technology like many other HOAs currently do when they do their elections. My concern with using that program right now, just to reiterate, is that information I don't believe is private, right? So the problem I had with continuing to move forward at this juncture is that we need Tallahassee to go ahead and pass a law that would ensure that how one votes in these right track, wrong track things is maintained private, right? And in order to encourage more participation and honest participation. But I think once that gets done, those doing the annual right track, wrong track using that same digital voting technology, I think would be a great way of every year making sure that the entire community has an opportunity to opine. I think also, like Councilman Collazo said, these NSD boards, the members that make them up, many of them, I think, were not clearly told what their function is, or maybe misunderstood, what exactly they were supposed to do, and that's kind of the issue that I've had. That is, I think we're putting them in a bad spot, right, where they're kind of, stuck in between. They're just trying to do the right thing, but obviously, there's been a combination of mission creep going on, as I've called it. Where it starts off with the flower beds, and then it starts, why don't we put speed humps up and down certain roads where the guard gate's at, right? But again, these special taxing districts, when they were originally created, were for a specific purpose as embodied in their founding resolutions. And I think that if we're going to expand their scope, it should always be following some kind of an election process in which all the residents of those NSDs have an opportunity to vote. And that's why I'm committed to doing or pursuing the digital voting technology as a future option to obtain that. I think the quarterly meeting ideas that the Vice Mayor mentioned, wouldn't be a bad idea. But, that's very similar to the condo quarterly meetings and HOA quarterly meetings that the Neighborhood Improvement Committee should be doing already. And so maybe we just need to look at other ways to make that process more efficient too, as far as, having, maybe instead of having the Neighborhood Improvement Committee run those quarterly meetings for the condos and HOAs, maybe we should kind of in line with what he was saying, just have the council be the one running that and helping those HOAs communicate with one another, maybe coordinate action, and also at the same time also, incorporate the NSDs into that, so that they can, so that the residents that live within them can have that forum to speak to everybody, including the HOAs that exist within those NSDs, which, it has the byproduct of increasing participation in those meetings too. But again, beyond that, I'll just save my remarks for later after I've had time to go back and review tonight's meeting. And again, thank you all for attending and participating. And thank you, Councilman Morera, for leading the charge to have this meeting tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Villegas. Before I start with my remarks, JP, a quick question. Just to confirm, the Loch Lomond NSD is comprised entirely of Loch Lomond HOA?
That is correct.
Okay, so, and they hold annual elections for those positions within their HOA area?
I think, Pat, if you want to speak more on that, he is the HOA president.
Okay. That helps. Well, make sure you come to the mic so that the people online can hear you.
Patrick Kunkel, 15860 West Prestwick Place. So at Loch Lomond, yes, most of the HOA board members are on the committee. We have two that have chosen not to participate for various reasons. So that's how that works with us. Yeah, sometimes it does get confusing.
Are any of the members of the NSD advisory board not HOA members?
No.
So everyone on the NSD advisory board has at one point or another been elected by the homeowners?
That's right. We have yearly elections for that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
You bet. Hey, regarding the flower beds, that was forced on us by the city. We were told we could, or the town, excuse me. We were told we could do that or something else, and so, because there was a discrepancy with the money.
Okay.
At the time the transfer took place. So that's the way that worked out.
And then, JP, as far as Miami Lakes Section 1, Royal Oaks Section 1, or Royal Oaks East, do any of those advisory boards have some sort of unfinished business where if we were to say dissolve them September 10th, that something would just get left hanging, some project that they're working on, something of that sort?
No, there was some things that I was looking into quotes for to then present, but there hasn't been anything that has been strictly voted on that is to be brought to you, the council.
Quotes for things like what?
Off the top of my head, we were looking at, as an example, the for the guardhouse on 79th, actually putting a instead of an umbrella, putting an awning.
Okay.
As an example.
Okay, so I'm gonna then jump into my remarks, and again, JP, to echo what Councilwoman Ruano said, the main takeaway I've had from this meeting is that you're a rock star. That is the unanimous position of everyone here. There are people here who feel that the NSDs themselves should be dissolved. There are people who believe that the boards should be dissolved. There are people who think that both should continue to exist, but everyone thinks that you're doing a phenomenal job. And that's a testament to your character and a testament to your work ethic. Jumping into why we're here today. I started this meeting by saying we're here to listen. I hope that we've done that, and funny enough, hope. We'll come back to you in a second. Let me get through this because I know you're gonna have something to say in response to some of the items that I'm gonna propose. And so might as well hold you to that so that you can say what you're gonna say now, at the same time you respond to this. I'm gonna probably be bringing an item at the next council meeting, asking my colleagues to dissolve the Miami Lakes Section 1, the Royal Oaks Section 1, and the Royal Oaks East NSD advisory boards. Thank you. The reason why I'm doing that, and for those specifically, is I feel that or better yet, the reason I'm excluding some from that list is because the Loch Lomond NSD Advisory Board has representation. They are elected members of their HOA, and I feel that in so being an elected board, it does accomplish its stated purpose of acting as a conduit. I forgot which resident used the word conduit. It was Hilda, actually, on Zoom, that said it should be a conduit between the residents and the council. I think that that advisory board is doing exactly that because it's elected. I'm also excluding the lake maintenance ones. I think that the lake maintenance ones have been doing a good job. I have heard 0 complaints about the lake maintenance NSD advisory boards. And I think that they have subject matter knowledge. When you get into the thick of it with lake maintenance, you'll find, and I only know this from attending the special taxing district meetings within Satori for the management of the lake inside Satori, that you become very acquainted with knowledge about oxygenation levels, fish stocking, etc. That isn't, political. It's not about what do we want. It's what is needed for the lake. So I do think those are rightfully excluded from this conversation. However, with the Miami Lakes Section 1, Royal Oaks Section 1, and Royal Oaks East, I echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Ruano, Councilman Collazo, and what many of the residents here have articulated. But I want to clarify, I want to thank all of the NSD Advisory Board members for the work that they've put in, for the, I'm sure, countless hours of volunteer work that they've put into these committees. I think Councilmember Dieguez just said it. I don't think that they were ever properly explained their role. And I think maybe some were and chose to thread the needle of where the limits of their power were. I think you'll see both of those. I think that there was a gentleman here who commented, who was on one of the boards, and I think it was Mr. Llerena, who commented that he was on it, but at the same time felt that sometimes the NSD Advisory Board went above and beyond its call. So I asked a specific question to some of the members in the audience about whether they ever felt put off, cast aside, ignored by the members of the advisory board, and the answer was yes. I think it was you that asked. And I asked you specifically because I didn't need to ask the people from Section 1. The people from Section 1 have already told me. I was very interested to hear it from you because you're not from Miami Lakes Section 1. Sometimes you get a situation where there's a particular group within an area of the community that's very fervent, and that can be its own issue. But once I hear it somewhere else, that's where it becomes concerning. And hey, this is a real issue. So this is why I'm very thankful and very glad that you came, because you proved that it's a larger systemic issue than just Miami Lakes Section 1. For all of those reasons, I think that the advisory boards were created with the purpose of being a conduit, of actually being an amplifier for the voice of the residents. The residents would take their concerns to the advisory board would take those concerns to this council. There's no spot on our agenda for the advisory boards to deliver a monthly report. There's no spot in our agenda dedicated to commentary on the NSDs. I don't think that the advisory board, I don't care whose fault it is. Oh, let me make clear, I don't live in an NSD. The only person who lives in an NSD here is Mr. Fernandez, which is, by the way, why although he may disagree with a lot of you, his opinion is valid. He lives within an NSD. We here on the council need to take the opinion of everyone into account, not just those that we want to hear, but sometimes those that we have to hear. For that reason, though, the greater weight of what's been presented to me is that the advisory boards are in fact doing more harm than good. And the reason why I say that is because the people feel that they're not being listened to by these boards. It causes disillusionment, it causes distrust in government, and it causes less and less public participation, which is not something any of us want to see. Moving on from that item, I want to say this part, which I know some of you are going to have some things to say on this one. I'm going to be, tomorrow, we're going to be having a workshop meeting for the general fund budget. I don't know if that's the right time to bring it up. I'll certainly inquire, but I will be moving to well, not moving, but because it's a workshop, but I will be figuring out how we can reimburse the NSDs for the LPR line items. The reason for that is simple. It's been stated over and over again throughout this meeting. The LPRs are a law enforcement tool. The LPRs, and I want to be very, very crystal clear about this, I am benefited by the LPR at Section 1. I am benefited by the LPR in Royal Oaks East, the two of them, and I am benefited by the LPR in Royal Oaks West, both of them. I say that because by having those LPRs throughout the town, not just in the ingress and egress points to the town, but also scattered throughout our town, it creates a network of LPRs, creating a generally safer town. Bad guys know, don't go into Miami Lakes. There's LPRs everywhere. They're gonna flag your car, and not only are they gonna know how you entered the town, but they're gonna know where you went, and they're gonna bust you. I am benefited by those. That is a town-wide benefit. It has no business being in the NSD budget. However, it's been made, here's the but. It's been made clear by the town staff that in creating the budget and acquiring these LPRs, that there was a benefit that was acquired by going through the NSDs. There was either pricing or payment, like long-term payment options that were available to the NSDs that were not available to the town. Nonetheless, that's not a reason to stick it onto the NSDs on its own and then not pay back the NSDs. I think that we should benefit from the better pricing of having the NSD paying for it, but then the town's general fund should reimburse the NSD. It's the best of both worlds. You get the good pricing, and it's not being paid by the NSDs. That being said, I will be asking for the reestablishment of the contingency reserve within the NSD budget. Meaning your dues for the current year would stay the same. The reason for that is twofold. One, it is the financially responsible thing to do. When we got to start paying for new ACs or plumbing repairs, whatever it is, we need to restore it, because the way in which your dues have been kept more or less the same or prevented from rising further and further is they've actually gone cutting and cutting the amount that they put away towards the contingency reserve. So I would like to restore that contingency reserve to its proper number, have you guys at this point, and then we can have a discussion next year on potentially lowering the dues, which leads me to the second reason why I'm going to ask to reestablish the contingency reserve, is because by not changing the assessment amount, we don't have to do the required 2 public hearings, because now if we at this stage want to change at all the contingency reserve, the assessment rate for any of the NSDs, we now have to go through 2 more public hearings, which is gonna be pretty difficult given the season we're in. So that's that part. Going on from, but it will result probably, hopefully, in a dues reduction next year. I brought up also, and it's been brought up a couple times, together with removing some of these NSD advisory boards, you have to create a way and a mechanism by which you, the residents of the NSDs, can communicate your concerns with us. And that method that I thought was the best is quarterly NSD workshops. Something like this, informal, let us know what's going on. Hey, what are you pissed about? What are you happy with? What can we do better, etc. And it replaces the need for the advisory board, and you're talking straight to us. And I think that one of the points that gets lost in all of this, with the finger pointing and all that, is, again, it's not really the advisory board members' fault that they don't sit on this council. But most people, they don't want to talk to the agent. They want to talk to the boss. The boss is this dais right here. So, I understand why people don't attend the advisory board meetings, because at the end of the day, that's not the decision maker. The decision maker sits here. So by making ourselves available, I think that we can truly accomplish transparency and listening and invoking the will of the people. Going on from there, as you all know, hopefully, tomorrow we have a budget workshop on all funds. I would propose that earlier in the year, that we establish by ordinance that at some point earlier in the year, we have a dedicated budget workshop exclusively for the NSDs. That way, we are not thinking about the general fund, we're not thinking about anything else but the NSD for a few hours straight, and we're going one by one. Miami Lakes Section 1, Royal Oaks 1, Royal Oaks East, Loch Lomond, and then the 2 lakes. I think that again allows us to fill the role of the advisory board. Lastly, we have the amendment. There's a lot of talks about the amendments to the ordinances and all that stuff, but the important thing is this, and I think Louis said it a little while ago. I agree with what he said. We haven't done anything illegal. Our town attorneys have been very clear with us. My understanding is that we've already been in contact with the county attorneys, who have also been very clear with us. The interpretation and the implementation of the ordinances is at the sole discretion of the governing body, and the governing body is this dais. So unless the court says otherwise, we haven't done anything illegal. That being said, because something is legal does not make it right. It does not make it the best course of action. So with that in mind, I do already have an early draft of an ordinance. And that ordinance is an ordinance governing ordinances. An ordinance governing the amendment of NSD ordinances and making changes. I will say that I've also gone a little further to what was originally delivered to me and added parts to it that relate to how to interpret these ordinances. And I've done it with a spirit of limiting government. I'm going to read it. Try not to fall asleep. I'm going to actually skip the actual ordinance portion of it and go straight into what the code would be. The code would create, the ordinance would create a new chapter within our code, chapter 38, and it would have a section called Section 38-1 Amendment Process, Section 38-11 Amendment by HOA or homeowner. Section 1, a letter of intent is submitted to the town from the applicable homeowners association or HOA in the special taxing if the special taxing district has a mandatory HOA. Otherwise, 20% of the homeowners within the existing special taxing district. The LOI, the letter of intent, is to include an exhibit containing a list of every folio and address within the boundaries. Section 2, once in receipt of a letter of intent, the town will draft a petition to be circulated among the properties within the special taxing district. The petition will contain the name and contact information for the party or parties which submitted the letter of intent to the town to initiate the process. All proposed changes to the special taxing district, including the estimated economic impact of the change, an explanation of this amendment process, and a copy of this ordinance. B, once drafted, the petition will then be presented to the town council for approval. A courtesy notice will be sent to all properties located within the special taxing district prior to the council meeting approving the petition. 3, the requesting party, either the HOA or the homeowners, will circulate the petition among all property owners within the district boundaries and must acquire the support of more than 50%, that's 50% plus 1, of the property owners for the amendment request to proceed. The petition must be completed and returned to the town within 4 months from the date of issue. If the petition is not returned to the town within 4 months, then it will be deemed unsuccessful. All submitted petition forms must be original, completed in ink, and dated. Only one property owner's signature per household will count towards the more than 50% requirement. Section 4, once the petition is received by the town, the level of support will be assessed and the amendment process will continue as follows. If the support of at least 50% of the property owners plus 1 additional property owner is not attained on the petition, then the request for amendment to the existing special taxing district will have been deemed unsuccessful and no further progress will be made. The HOA or homeowners are barred from requesting a materially similar amendment request for 1 year from the date of the unsuccessful petition. B, if the support of more than 50%, but not more than 66.66%, 2/3, I think, of the property owners is attained on the petition, then a legislative package will be prepared for approval before the town council, which, if approved, will require an election. The item will be presented to the town council for 2 readings, with mailed notice being sent to all property owners within the district at least 21 days before the second reading. If the item is approved by the town council on second reading, then the item will be set for election. A majority of qualified voters will need to vote the amendment in order to enact the requested changes. The election will be conducted by mailed ballot by either the Miami-Dade Elections Department or by the town's clerk, as to be determined by the town. Any costs associated with the election will be the financial responsibility of the existing special taxing district, regardless if the amendment passes or fails. If, next section, subsection C, if the support of more than 66.66% of the property owners is attained on the original petition, then a legislative package will be prepared for approval and enactment before the town council. The item will be presented to the town council for 2 readings, with mailed notice being sent to all property owners within the district at least 21 days before the second reading. The notice shall contain the proposed changes to the district and a cost estimate of said change. If the item is approved by the town council on second reading, then the item will be enacted and no election will be required. In other words, if an item has so much, if amendments have so much overwhelming support that by petition you already have a 2/3 vote, we're not wasting money on an election. I added to that, this is where it ends, I added to that a proposed section, and this is all, sorry, handwritten chicken scratch, and it's not fully formed, but this is me still working at it. A proposed section 38-1-2, meaning, so you might have noticed that only addressed modifications initiated by the HOAs or homeowners. The town council still retains the right to amend its own ordinances. That was made very crystal clear to me by our town attorney. So what I did here was make 38-1-2 modifications by the town council. The town council shall not amend except upon receipt of a letter of intent in accordance with section 38-1-2 -1 subsection 1 and following all of the procedures. In other words, I tied the town council's hands so that it can't start it on its own. 38-1-3, and I frankly think that this is the most important part. 38-1-3 reads, interpretation and implementation of NSD ordinance by town council. In interpreting and implementing the NSD ordinances, the town council shall be guided by the following. Only services expressly provided for in the ordinance shall be provided. I gotta work on my wording. Notwithstanding the foregoing, services not expressly provided in the ordinance, but incidental / directly related to the services expressly provided for in the ordinance may also be provided, but only to the extent necessary. And then more chicken scratch here on criteria for incidental / directly related based on necessity, whether it's maintenance related, and keeping the tax burden as low as possible. So I'm still kind of working on the wording there, but you catch the drift. Go Hope.
I want to make sure you realize that I think you're just brilliant. But homesteaded property owners, I'm not necessarily sure why there was such a very incredible focus when we first did the petition to Miami-Dade County, but they actually went through the rolls, and there were 593 properties that have been developed, but only 400 and however many that were homesteaded, and only the homesteaded were allowed to vote. So I don't really know, but everything that you said sounded almost as if I was reliving the experience of the past, except with the fact that the homesteaded property owners was a real serious focus. So I just I'm not sure, but just follow that. Okay, they gave a lot of importance to those that had a homestead exception.
When we originally walked through these ordinances and we ran them through our legal department, and I don't remember if the vice mayor was here or not, but I do remember our legal department explaining to us that there was some sort of law that was, I'm gonna go with prehistoric, that was outdated, and that it was before the times where there was freedoms for everyone. And that's why that homesteaded language was embedded in the ordinance, but that it no longer applies today because of subsequent laws that have passed since then. Excuse the way that I'm saying it, because the legal world is not my field, but it had to do with something like that at that moment, that law was still in effect, but now it no longer applies. So I don't know if that makes sense to you, Councilmember Moreta.
Not really. What's the concern?
No, not a concern. I just want to make sure that you realize that when they first did the petition, that seemed to have been a very serious focus for us to determine who had a homesteaded exemption, and those were the only ones that were allowed to vote. So I just want, because I know your mind the way it works, you want to be as fair as possible. So just, wherever it is that you check that out, check it out.
Well, I will say, in what I just read, as I was reading it, I did notice that there was a flip from, at one point, talking about the petition is based on, I believe, home ownership on the roll, right? On what would be on the property appraiser's
Right. So
roll.
if you're a renter, you cannot sign the petition.
But
you need to get the signature of the owner.
But then I noticed that then it flips, which is where I noticed a bit of an inconsistency, and I can work on this. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but where it talks about the election, when it does have to go to election because it's between 50% and 66.6. It says the election will be conducted, wait. A majority of qualified voters will need to approve the amendment in order to enact the requested changes. I don't know if qualified means, homeowner, or homestead.
Homestead.
Well, like, for instance, a property that's owned by a legal entity that's not an individual with a voter's registration card, that legal entity cannot vote.
Correct, and I don't think the elections department has a mechanism for allowing non-registered humans to vote. So I think that may just exclude every property that's not held by a, if that makes sense.
I agree. I will say this, coming from my world where I represent a lot of business owners, especially a lot of property owners, even though I would say a renter is better than a distant homeowner. The distant homeowner just cares that the rent check is coming in. And I will say this too, although the homeowner, and someone made the comment earlier that homeowners are ultimately responsible for the tax bill, that is obviously true. That tax bill is always passed on to the renter. So the renter, I don't want to say that they don't have as much of a say as a full-fledged homeowner, especially on these matters, special taxing district matters. But I will say that the renter has a voice, because at the end of the day, they will end up paying for it. It's in there.
Yeah, but the renter's there temporarily.
Correct.
So
that is true.
these things are long-term. That's my only concern when we vote on anything, and not just on special taxing districts, but, general elections as well, right?
True.
Renters sometimes are transient, and they can be here 1 year and not the next, and they can vote to impose a tax on a property owner that is the property owner and will have to
be
continue
clear,
to pay for it.
I can define qualified elector within this ordinance, and I can also clarify, because the way it's already phrased, it states that the election will be conducted by mail ballot by either the Miami-Dade Elections Department or by the town's clerk, as to be determined by the town. That's no different than the procedure we already just did recently for the Palmetto Palm speed bumps. They sent it out to all the residents in that street. Do you want the speed bumps or not? Everyone voted yes. That can be done. It's cost effective, and it goes, in my understanding, we can set it up to where it goes only to the homeowner.
And that actually addresses one of the concerns that I was going to bring up, and I like most of it. There was a section when it speaks about an election requiring I believe it says the election would require participation of a majority of the electors or homeowners or whatnot. So we would essentially be, if we use the elections department framework, locking ourselves to only being able to have these items every 4 years during presidential cycles, because that's the only time we ever have a participation in the majority of the homeowners.
That's why it says either the Miami-Dade Elections Department or by the town's clerk. Like we can host our own election.
Yeah, that makes me feel a little bit better.
By the way, the elections department was used in 1995, and it went only to the homes of the people, but it was by mail. But the next thing that I wanted to...
It was by mail, you said?
Say it again?
It was by mail, you said?
It was by mail.
Okay.
So the next thing that I wanted to make sure you understood, because you seem to really be wanting to understand the fairness of it all, when you talk about boards on the HOA, you talk about elections. Not everyone conducts an election.
Well, that's why I asked.
We beg people to participate, and literally is whoever finally shows up and says they're willing to do another year.
Don't get me started on my own HOA board.
Exactly. So that doesn't necessarily mean, you know what I mean, that there are elections. So every time I hear you guys say no because they're elected by you, I have to laugh, because no, they were not. And my last comment is, the Constitution of the United States of America that you were sworn to do was probably written before you were born too. So, thank you.
Alrighty. Anyone have any additional comments, questions, concerns? I mean, I think, okay, absolutely. Come on in. While he's walking up, I'll just say, again, thank you to everyone. I definitely have items, so stay tuned.
Hurry them up before I gotta go. Like November. Hurry them up before I gotta go.
This will be
I'll
quick.
do my best.
The way that this has evolved, in my perspective, this has been something out of left field, okay? Again, and I think you misquoted me, because I didn't say what what you said I said. You know, maybe I misspoke or whatever, but that certainly wasn't my intention. From those that I have spoken to throughout a few years now, there's two options. Keep the NSDs or abolish the NSDs, bulldoze the guardhouses, and be done with it. Right? To keep the NSDs but get rid of the boards and turn over those responsibilities to JP, which, by the way, he's got many more obligations, not just the NSDs, one of which he's the OEM director of this town, and some other responsibilities as well. And I'm just gonna, you know, what Abel Fernandez said, and anybody that knows Abel Fernandez knows for Abel to quote Ronald Reagan, you know, his tongue was probably burning, okay? The scariest thing in the world is, again, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. So you're gonna take away people that live in those NSDs, okay? That when anybody shows up, anybody gives their opinions, you know, we listen. And you're gonna turn it over to, no offense, the government. That's not the way to go, folks. Okay? Either keep them or get rid of them. Either way, that decision needs to be made from those people that live in the NSDs. Okay? Whether they're homeowners, I don't care. Whatever you guys decide, that's up to you. But that decision comes from them. And those are the only two options that I'm aware of.
The idea, George, is to continue to have input from the people, just not through the board. Directly to the council members.
How many people normally show up to any council meeting?
But there will be quarterly meetings specific to NSDs, not a regular council meeting, but a meeting where you can come here and specifically tell the council members what it is that, what we're doing is getting rid of the middleman. All right, what we intend to do, because not all of us are on the same page. My intention is to get rid of the middleman, where you have to go talk to your NSD board, and then your NSD board has to talk to JP, and then JP has to talk to us. And that only happens once a year during budget season, because it doesn't happen for the rest of the year. This council is not privy to every single decision that gets made. We only see the budget once a year, and we approve it, or we tweak it, or we don't. So the only intention would be to get rid of that board that sometimes serves as a conduit for misinterpreting things, because we're just not privy to those conversations. We can't go to every NSD meeting because there isn't enough time. So in that, the way that the information flows now has been choppy. And the idea is not to create more government, it's actually to remove government, because those boards are a branch of government. You serve on that board, and that board is a branch of this government
But
too.
those boards are advisory boards. You all are the government.
Correct, but everything gets advised to the board instead of being advised to us. So that message gets lost in translation. So if Irene wants to talk about, you know, the gate being broken, and she tells you, and you talk it amongst the board, and the board tells JP, and JP brings it over here, by the time that it gets here, the message is not the same. So the idea is to cut out that middle part of it, but never to cut out the communication process, right? The communication between the resident and us, or the resident and JP, should never change. I don't want you to think that that's what we're trying to do.
And look, if I may add, there's two different verbs, at least that were used as verbs to describe the role of the NSD boards. One of which I like, conduit. Conduit is healthy. Conduit is the information flowing to us in a organized, efficient manner. But I also heard the word buffer. And buffer is the opposite of what I want, right? Buffer creates distance between us and the residents, right? So I think it's something, you know, we all have to continue looking into. But when I heard that word, that, you know, aroused a certain level of anxiety in me, because I don't like buffers between us and the residents.
If I may. Thank you, George. In the end, we're the final word.
Correct.
So they can propose whatever they want, and the council makes that final decision. So I don't want to see us unfairly label the NSDs of, being out of touch, in the sense where, in the end, whatever they propose, if we accept, then we're out of touch, right? More communication, absolutely. Having the NSDs come, like the other committees we have, and talk to us with a report on every council meeting, I'm 100% for. More communication. Instead of being that buffer, being that conduit. That's why they were created in the first place. So that's why I said we can improve the communication with them, make sure we're hearing it more often, encourage more residents to come. But in the end, we make the final decision. We are held accountable. I am accountable for making that final choice. So the NSDs can say whatever they want. So I don't want to unfairly say to the many who have sacrificed their time and effort to volunteer on these NSD boards for a long time, to say to them, yeah, you're out of touch with people, you don't know what you're saying. Because in the end, if you are out of touch, it's our job to tell you, no, you're going too far. Absolutely. So I am not for disbanding the NSD boards at all. Improving communication, yes.
So am I.
And honestly, they're closer to the residents than we are. And I just don't hear from the NSDs. I'm hearing from the residents of the town, because we've all talked to the residents in those areas. Trust me, we hear it. As Councilman Morano said, they have our phone. They call us, and we talk to them. So I've heard from all sides. So again, I just want to put on the record that I believe we should have more communications with the NSDs. They should come here every month, tell us exactly what's happening. We should have quarterly meetings, absolutely. Workshops before the budget, dedicated just to the NSDs, absolutely. More communication, not disband something that I feel, for the most part, is worked. So I understand what you're saying, George, and I agree.
George, the problem that I have, and maybe you can make me more comfortable on this, is the person who actually used the word buffer was the president of the Royal Oaks NSD. It was someone who's on the advisory board. There's also someone who said, who is on the Section 1 NSD advisory board, who said, we went from level 1 to level 2 because we were getting lots of complaints and to improve security. That's not their call to make. That's this council's call. And this council made it because, yes, it rubber stamped, let's be honest, let's call a spade a spade. This council rubber stamped the decision of the advisory board under the guise of the advisory board went out and got public opinion, but did it. The reality is, when I hear things like this, when I hear things like we are a buffer between the community and the council, it makes me think that the advisory board is replacing the opinion of the overall masses, where remember, we swear oaths, as Hope pointed out, to uphold the Constitution.
Yes, so do the board members.
Of course, but we have the response. We also go through 8+ hours of ethics trainings, as I just found out.
Every year.
Every year, my God. When it comes to this stuff, we've said it before, the buck stops here. You are being put in a position where you want to do something, or someone over here brings up something to you and you don't like that idea. Are you going to bring that idea up here? Are you, despite the fact that you disagree with that person, you're still going to do what the advisory board's job as a conduit is and bring that idea up? Listen,
can I just respond to that real quick?
Before you even answer, I'll tell you, there are elected people who fail to do that. So that's where I say, at least here, the buck stops here. It doesn't go any higher as far as local government, at least. And so I'm putting that responsibility where it belongs. Mm-hmm. I'm not putting you in that bad position of having to advocate, to me, something that you don't believe in. Go ahead, now you get a response.
The advisory board functions pretty similar to how the council functions. You have X amount of members, and it's a vote. It's not one vote. It's like, same thing here. Not one vote. okay, counts more than anybody else. All the votes are all equal. And that's the same way. So to
If
say
it
that one
functions-
person,
If it functions properly, it functions like that. But for example, Ms. Hope Reynolds recently tried to communicate with a member of her advisory board, and they were told that they were not allowed to speak to her, that they could not
well,
communicate.
that's
with her.
improper.
Exactly.
That person that
right.
said that should be dealt with, but that one person.
Correct. But unfortunately, because we're human, and because sometimes people misinterpret what their role is or don't understand. In this case, it was a misunderstanding of the Sunshine Law. That's all that it was. But that person, if Hope would not have communicated with them, that person, nobody would have ever known that that person is not going out to the community to gather feedback, that is their job. It's not their job to give their opinion. It's their job to go out and bring the opinion of everyone. And sometimes that gets lost. So because we hear from multiple people, we hear stories of, NSD boards that work and those that don't work. And I know that you've served in many capacities, so you understand the concept of what your role is. Others may not. And I think that that's where maybe we've had. So I agree with Brian. And to Brian's credit, I think that Brian is the only council member that I've ever seen bring forward a new business item that he did not support. And he did it because that resident deserved to be heard. I've never done that. I've always injected my personal opinion. And if I don't believe that it's right or that it's good for the community, I don't bring it up as a new business item because it's not my position. So we're all guilty of those biases sometimes. And unfortunately, at least for me, Brian is right. I voted against these budgets time after time because I did not believe, after I learned about the ordinances and how they were written, I did not believe that we were doing the right thing. So I voted against all of these budgets for the last couple of years, and it's okay. And that's, I understand that I played that role. But there's other council members that simply said, the board, the NSD board is advising. So the NSD board went out into the community and spoke to the people and is bringing the message of those people. And I don't believe the NSD boards have done that. I truly don't believe that, because there are still members of the community that don't even know that they're in an NSD. So how is it that the NSD board is going out there and knocking on doors and gathering this feedback? They are not. And it's not that they're doing something wrong. That's a very tedious process to ask anybody to do. We do it during election season. We gotta knock on doors. We have to. And that's why those of us that are fresh out of campaign season are the ones that have our finger on the pulse. Right now, those that have been knocking on doors are much more informed than those of us that have been sitting up here for 8 years. So it's not to blame the NSD boards, but they're just not serving at least in my opinion, they're not serving the purpose that was intended. Because, for example, if I'm a member of my HOA and I serve on the NSD board, in my HOA, I'm the president. And you know how many people come to my meetings? 0. Out of my homeowners, 0. There has to be a massive flood, or there has to be something that went horribly wrong for us to get 4 people at the HOA meeting. So how would I know the pulse of my community to bring that information to the NSD board when I don't even know it from my HOA? We do the best that we can. We keep our budgets tight, and we run a tight ship. But the message of what they want, what they don't want, level 2 guard, nobody in Miami-Lakes Section 1 knew about the level 2 guard. The NSD board decided that because there were complaints, and how do you fix complaints? Improve the service. They didn't think that they were doing anything wrong. They didn't do it with any ill intention, but that was the final decision, and then it came before this board, and we approved it without ever going back to the residents and asking, do you want a level 2 guard? Was there a right track, wrong track? Was there a survey? Was there a question? There was never anything. It came up in the board. The board said, okay, if the level 1 guard is not working, then the level 2 guard has to be better than the level 1 guard. It's a little more expensive, but we're gonna get better service. They made that determination on their own, came before us, and we approved the budget.
Did they make that determination on their own, or were the people that came and complained make that determination, and then they followed the people that they heard from?
But how many people came and complained? 3, 4, 5?
As many as
842?
Hey, look at our town. The last 2 elections, how many people have voted? 2,000 people.
But unfortunately, that has a cost
human nature.
associated with it. So that cost that's associated with it should be better
I don't think that it's relevant how many
Yeah,
people.
I gotta wake up early tomorrow.
We all do, but I want to give a last opportunity to anyone else. Let's keep it brief. I think we all want to get out of here.
I just want to point something out. When you guys make decisions about the Director of Miami Lakes budget, I really don't care. My taxes are only going up tops 3%. When the advisory board makes a decision, my taxes went up 62%. There's no cap to what they can do. There's there's no constitutional amendment that protects us. This is why there are thousands of special taxing districts. They're not meant to be changed every year. They're not continuously changed. Maybe one or two are changed a year out of the thousands. So I appreciate, well, actually I don't appreciate the constant trying to check the pulse that we can add other things to raise the taxes. And one thing I loved about your thing is that it finally, hopefully will tie the hands of this council, because I am not afraid of the owners with the current, with the 50% plus one, or if it's going to be 66, it's not going to be used. It almost is never used, and that's our protection. Our protection is not the constitutional amendment, it's that getting out there and getting 50% is almost impossible to do. And that's our protection, and it's not meant to be something we check every 3 months. Do we want this service? Do we want that service? That's our protection. It's old, not because it's old. If anyone wants to come along and do it, let them come to my home, give me the price, and you know what? If I can afford it, but more likely than not, I'm not going to be signing that, and they can't get 50%, and that's why they're never changed, and that's our protection. So thank you.
All right, everyone. Oh my God. Esperanza. Wait, but after this, no one can say that you haven't been listened to.
In 1 day and a half, we were able to accomplish putting a proxy ballot in every single door, and out of 141 properties, 50 people voted. 42 of them voted to dissolve the board, the NSD board, and 8 people voted no. Just wanted you to know.
Oh, this was the HOA.
Last weekend.
Okay, that was the HOA.
Half, we went around, we put a proxy ballot on every door, and out of 141 properties, 50 people voted, and 42 voted to dissolve the NSD board.
So in other words, good information.
Lake Glen Ellen does not want one. The Anchorage is not participating. And now we fully understand that Lake Sandra doesn't have the right representation.
That's good to know. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you to all my council.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if you want to close it or do whatever you got to do.
Meeting is adjourned.